Preface of Manners, Custom, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lenny. Manners, Custom, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance Period by Paul Lacroix. Preface. The several successive editions of The Arts of the Middle Ages and Period of the Renaissance sufficiently testify to its appreciation by the public. The object of that work was to introduce the reader to a branch of learning to which access has hitherto appeared only permitted to the scientific. That attempt, which was a bold one, succeeded too well not to induce us to push our researches further. In fact, art alone cannot acquaint us entirely with an epoch. The arts, considered in their generality, are the true expressions of society. They tell us its tastes, its ideas, and its character. We thus spoke in the preface to our first work, and we find nothing to modify in this opinion. Art must be the faithful expression of a society, since it represents it by its works, as it has created them, undeniable witnesses of its spirit and manners for future generations. But it must be acknowledged that art is only the consequence of the ideas which it expresses. It is the fruit of civilization, not its origin. To understand the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, it is necessary to go back to the source of its art, and to know the life of our fathers. These are two inseparable things, which entwine one another, and become complete one by the other. The manners and customs of the Middle Ages. This subject is of the greatest interest, not only to the man of science, but to the man of the world also. In it, too, we retrace not only one single period, but two periods, quite distinct one from the other. In the first, the public and private customs offer a curious mixture of barbarism and civilization. We find barbarian, Roman, and Christian customs and character in presence of each other, mixed up in the same society, and very often in the same individuals. Everywhere the most adverse and opposite tendencies display themselves. What an ardent struggle during that long period, and how full, too, of emotion is its picture! Society tends to reconstitute itself in every aspect. She wants to create, so to say, from every side, property, authority, justice, etc., etc. In a word, everything which can establish the basis of public life, and this new order of things must be established by means of the elements supplied at once by the barbarian, Roman, and Christian world, a prodigious creation, the working of which occupied the whole of the Middle Ages. Hardly does modern society, civilized by Christianity, reach the fullness of its power. Then it divides itself to follow different paths. Ancient art and literature resuscitates, because custom insensibly takes that direction. Under that influence, everything is modified, both in private and public life. The history of the human race does not present a subject more vast or more interesting. It is a subject we have chosen to succeed our first book, and which will be followed by a similar study on the various aspects of religious and military life. This work, devoted to the vivid and faithful description of the manners and customs of the Middle Ages and Renaissance, answers fully to the requirements of contemporary times. We are, in fact, no longer content with the chronological narration and simple nomenclatures which formerly were considered sufficient for education. We no longer imagine that the history of our institutions has less interest than that of our wars, nor that the annals of the humbler classes are irrelevant to those of the privileged orders. We go further still. What is above all sought for in historical works nowadays is the physiognomy, the inmost character of past generations. How did our fathers live is a daily question. What institutions had they? What were their political rights? Can you not place before us their pastimes, their hunting parties, their meals, and all sorts of scenes, sad or gay, which compose their home life? We should like to follow them in public and private occupations, and to know their manner of living hourly as we know our own. In a high order of ideas, what great facts serve as a foundation to our history and that of the modern world? We have, first, royalty, which, weak and debased under the Merovingians, rises and establishes itself energetically under Pepin and Charlemagne, to degenerate under Louis le Débonnaire and Charles le Chauve. After having dared a second time to found the empire of the Caesars, it quickly sees its sovereignty replaced by feudal rights, and all its rights usurped by the nobles, and has to struggle for many centuries to recover its rights one by one. Feudalism, evidently of Germanic origin, will also attract our attention, and we shall draw a rapid outline of this legislation, which, barbarian at the onset, becomes by degrees subject to the rules of moral progress. We shall ascertain that military service is the essence itself of the fief, and that thence springs feudal right. On our way, we shall protest against civil wars, and shall welcome emancipation and the formation of the communes. Following the thousand details of the life of the people, we shall see the slave become serf, and the serf become peasant. We shall assist at the dispensation of justice by royalty and nobility, at the solemn sittings of parliaments, and we shall see the complicated details of a strict ceremonial which formed an integral part of the law develop themselves before us. The counters of dealers, fairs and markets, manufactures, commerce and industry also merit our attention. We must search deeply into corporations of workmen and tradesmen, examining their statutes and initiating ourselves into their business. Fashion and dress are also a manifestation of public and private customs. For that reason, we must give them particular attention. And to accomplish the work we have undertaken, we are lucky to have the conscientious studies of our old associates in the great work of the Middle Ages and the Renaissance to assist us, such as those of Émile Béjean, Elzéar Bloiset, Depping, Mengement Guérat, Leroux de Lancy, H. Martin, Marie Lafon, Francisque Michel, Amonteil, Rabuteau, Ferdinand Serret, Horace de Viel-Castel, A. de la Villeguille, Valet de Viriville. As in the volume of the Arts of the Middle Ages, engraving and chromolithography will come to our assistance by reproducing, by means of strict facsimiles, the rarest engravings of the 15th and 16th centuries and the most precious miniatures of the manuscripts preserved in the principal libraries of France and Europe. Here again we have the aid of the eminent artist M. Kellerhoven, who quite recently found means of reproducing with so much fidelity the gems of Italian painting. Paul Lacroix, Bibliophile Jacot. End of preface. Section 1 of Manners, Custom and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lenny. Manners, Custom and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period by Paul Lacroix. Section 1. Condition of persons and lands. Disorganization of the West at the beginning of the Middle Ages. Mixture of Roman, Germanic and Gallic institutions. Fusion organized under Charlemagne. Royal authority. Position of the great feudalists. Division of the territory and prerogatives attached to landed possessions. Freemen and tenants. The laity, the colon, the serf, and the laborer, who may be called the origin of the modern lower classes. Formation of communities. Right of mortmain. The period known as the Middle Ages, says the learned Benjamin Gerard, is the produce of pagan civilization, of Germanic barbarism, and of Christianity. It began in 476, on the fall of Augustulus, and ended in 1453, at the taking of Constantinople by Mohammed II, and consequently the fall of two empires, that of the West and that of the East, marks its duration. Its first act, which was due to the Germans, was the destruction of political unity, and this was destined to be afterwards replaced by religion's unity. Then we find a multitude of scattered and disorderly influences growing on the ruins of central power. The yoke of imperial dominion was broken by the barbarians, but the populace, far from acquiring liberty, fell to the lowest degrees of servitude. Instead of one despot, it found thousands of tyrants, and it was but slowly and with much trouble that it succeeded in freeing itself from feudalism. Nothing could be more strangely troubled than the West at the time of the dissolution of the empire of the Caesars, nothing more diverse or more discordant than the interests, the institutions, and the state of society which were delivered to the Germans. In fact, it would be impossible in the whole pages of history to find a society formed of more heterogeneous or incompatible elements. On the one side might be placed the Goths, Burgundians, Vandals, Germans, Franks, Saxons, and Lombards, nations, or more strictly hordes, accustomed to rough and successful warfare; and on the other, the Romans, including those people who, by long servitude to Roman dominion, had become closely allied with their conquerors. There were on both sides freemen, freedmen, colons, and slaves, different ranks and degrees being, however, observable both in freedom and servitude. This hierarchical principle applied itself even to the land, which was divided into freeholds, tributary lands, lands of the nobility, and servile lands, thus constituting the freeholds, the benefices, the fiefs, and the tenures. It may be added that the customs, and to a certain degree the laws, varied according to the masters of the country, so that it can hardly be wondered at that everywhere diversity and inequality were to be found, and, as a consequence, that anarchy and confusion ruled supreme. The Germans had brought with them over the Rhine none of the heroic virtues attributed to them by Tacitus when he wrote their history, with the evident intention of making a satire on his countrymen. Amongst the degenerate Romans whom those ferocious Germans had subjugated, civilization was reconstituted on the ruins of vices common in the early history of a new society, by the adoption of a series of loose and dissolute habits, both by the conquerors and the conquered. In fact, the conquerors contributed the worst share, for, whilst exercising the low and debasing instincts of their former barbarism, they undertook the work of social reconstruction with a sort of natural and innate servitude. To them, liberty, the desire for which caused them to brave the greatest dangers, was simply the right of doing evil, of obeying their ardent thirst for plunder. Long ago, in the depths of their forests, they had adopted the curious institution of vassalage. When they came to the West to create states, instead of reducing personal power, every step in their social edifice, from the top to the bottom, was made to depend on individual superiority. To bow to a superior was their first political principle, and on that principle feudalism was one day to find its base. Servitude was in fact to be found in all conditions and ranks, equally in the palace of the sovereign as in the dwellings of his subjects. The vassal who was waited on at his own table by a varlet, himself served at the table of his lord. The nobles treated each other likewise according to their rank, and all the exactions which each submitted to from his superiors, and required to be paid to him by those below him, were looked upon not as onerous duties, but as rights and honors. The sentiment of dignity and of personal independence, which has become, so to say, the soul of modern society, did not exist at all, or at least but very slightly, amongst the Germans. If we could doubt the fact, we have but to remember that these men, so proud, so indifferent to suffering or death, would often think little of staking their liberty in gambling, in the hope that, if successful, their gain might afford them the means of gratifying some brutal passion. When the Franks took root in Gaul, their dress and institutions were adopted by the Roman society. This had the most disastrous influence in every point of view, and it is easy to prove that civilization did not emerge from this chaos until by degrees the Teutonic spirit disappeared from the world. As long as this spirit reigned, neither private nor public liberty existed. Individual patriotism only extended as far as the border of a man's family, and the nation became broken up into clans. Gaul soon found itself parceled off into domains which were almost independent of one another. It was thus that Germanic genius became developed. The advantages of acting together for mutual protection first established itself in families. If any one suffered from an act of violence, he laid the matter before his relatives for them jointly to seek reparation. The question was then settled between the families of the offended person and the offender, all of whom were equally associated in the object of vindicating a cause which interested them alone, without recognizing any established authority and without appealing to the law. If the parties had sought the protection or advice of men of power, the quarrel might at once take a wider scope and tend to kindle a feud between two nobles. In any case, the king only interfered when the safety of his person or the interests of his dominions were threatened. Penalties and punishments were almost always to be averted by a money payment. A son, for instance, instead of avenging the death of his father, received from the murderer a certain indemnity in specie, according to a legal tariff, and the law was thus satisfied. The tariff of indemnities or compensations to be paid for each crime formed the basis of the code of laws amongst the principal tribes of Franks, a code essentially barbarian and called the Salic law or law of the Salians. Such, however, was the spirit of inequality among the German races, that it became an established principle for justice to be subservient to the rank of individuals. The more powerful a man was, the more he was protected by the law. The lower his rank, the less the law protected him. The life of a Frank, by right, was worth twice that of a Roman. The life of a servant of the king was worth 3 times that of an ordinary individual who did not possess that protecting tie. On the other hand, punishment was the more prompt and rigorous according to the inferiority of position of the culprit. In case of theft, for instance, a person of importance was brought before the king's tribunal, and, as it respected the rank held by the accused in the social hierarchy, little or no punishment was awarded. In the case of the same crime by a poor man, on the contrary, the ordinary judge gave immediate sentence, and he was seized and hung on the spot. Inasmuch as no political institutions amongst the Germans were nobler or more just than those of the Franks and the other barbaric races, we cannot accept the creed of certain historians who have represented the Germans as the true regenerators of society in Europe. The true sources of modern civilization are indisputably pagan antiquity and Christianity. After the fall of the Merovingian kings, great progress was made in the political and social state of nations. These kings, who were but chiefs of undisciplined bands, were unable to assume a regal character, properly so called. Their authority was more personal than territorial, for incessant changes were made in the boundaries of their conquered dominions. It was, therefore, with good reason that they styled themselves kings of the Franks and not kings of France. Charlemagne was the first to recognize that social union, so admirable an example of which was furnished by Roman organization, and who was able, with the very elements of confusion and disorder to which he succeeded, to unite, direct, and consolidate diverging and opposite forces, to establish and regulate public administrations, to found and build towns, and to form and reconstruct almost a new world. We hear of him assigning to each his place, creating for all a common interest, making of a crowd of small and scattered peoples a great and powerful nation, in a word, rekindling the beacon of ancient civilization. When he died, after a most active and glorious reign of 45 years, he left an immense empire in the most perfect state of peace. But this magnificent inheritance was unfortunately destined to pass into unworthy or impotent hands, so that society soon fell back into anarchy and confusion. The nobles, in their turn invested with power, were continually at war, and gradually weakened the royal authority, the power of the kingdom, by their endless disputes with the crown and with one another. The revolution in society which took place under the Carlovingian dynasty had for its special object that of rendering territorial what was formerly personal, and, as it were, of destroying personality in matters of government. The usurpation of lands by the great having been thus limited by the influence of the lesser holders, everybody tried to become the holder of land. Its possession then formed the basis of social position, and, as a consequence, individual servitude became lessened and society assumed a more stable condition. The ancient laws of wandering tribes fell into disuse, and at the same time many distinctions of caste and race disappeared, as they were incompatible with the new order of things. As there were no more Salians, Ripuarians, nor Visigoths among the freemen, so there were no more colons, Lati, nor slaves amongst those deprived of liberty. Heads of families, on becoming attached to the soil, naturally had other wants and other customs than those which they had delighted in when they were only the chiefs of wandering adventurers. The strength of their followers was not now so important to them as the security of their castles. Fortresses took the place of armed bodies, and at this time every one who wished to keep what he had entrenched himself to the best of his ability at his own residence. The banks of rivers, elevated positions, and all inaccessible heights were occupied by towers and castles, surrounded by ditches, which served as strongholds to the lords of the soil. These places of defense soon became points for attack. Out of danger at home, many of the nobles kept watch like birds of prey on the surrounding country, and were always ready to fall, not only upon their enemies, but also on their neighbors, in the hope either of robbing them when off their guard, or of obtaining a ransom for any unwary traveler who might fall into their hands. Everywhere society was in ambuscade and waged civil war, individual against individual, without peace or mercy. Such was the reign of feudalism. It is unnecessary to point out how this system of perpetual petty warfare tended to reduce the power of centralization, and how royalty itself was weakened towards the end of the second dynasty. When the descendants of Hugh Capet wished to restore their power by giving it a larger basis, they were obliged to attack, one after the other, all these strongholds, and practically to re-annex each fief, city, and province held by these petty monarchs, in order to force their owners to recognize the sovereignty of the king. Centuries of war and negotiations became necessary before the kingdom of France could be, as it were, reformed. The corporations and the citizens had great weight in restoring the monarchical power as well as in forming French nationality. But by far the best influence brought to bear in the Middle Ages was that of Christianity. The doctrine of one origin and of one final destiny being common to all men of all classes constantly acted as a strong inducement for thinking that all should be equally free. Religious equality paved the way for political equality, and as all Christians were brothers before God, the tendency was for them to become, as citizens, equal also in law. This transformation, however, was but slow, and followed concurrently the progress made in the security of property. At the onset, the slave only possessed his life, and this was but imperfectly guaranteed to him by the laws of charity, laws which, however, year by year became of greater power. He afterwards became colon or laborer, working for himself under certain conditions and tenures, paying fines or services which, it is true, were often very extortionate. At this time he was considered to belong to the domain on which he was born, and he was at least sure that that soil would not be taken from him, and that in giving part of his time to his master he was at liberty to enjoy the rest according to his fancy. The farmer, afterwards, became proprietor of the soil he cultivated, and master, not only of himself, but of his lands, certain trivial obligations or fines being all that was required of him, and these daily grew less, and at last disappeared altogether. Having thus obtained a footing in society, he soon began to take a place in provincial assemblies, and he made the last bound on the road of social progress when the vote of his fellow-electors sent him to represent them in the parliament of the kingdom. Thus the people, who had begun by excessive servitude, gradually climbed to power. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Manners, Custom, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lenny. Manners, Custom, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period by Paul Lacroix. Section 2. We will now describe more in detail the various conditions of persons of the Middle Ages. The king, who held his rights by birth and not by election, enjoyed relatively an absolute authority, proportioned according to the power of his abilities, to the extent of his dominions, and to the devotion of his vassals. Invested with a power which for a long time resembled the command of a general of an army, he had at first no other ministers than the officers to whom he gave full power to act in the provinces, and who decided arbitrarily in the name of and representing the king on all questions of administration. One minister alone approached the king, and that was the chancellor, who verified, sealed, and dispatched all royal decrees and orders. As early, however, as the 7th century, a few officers of state appeared, who were specially attached to the king's person or household: a count of the palace, who examined and directed the suits brought before the throne; a mayor of the palace, who at one time raised himself from the administration of the royal property to the supreme power; an arch-chaplain, who presided over ecclesiastical affairs; a lord of the bedchamber, charged with the treasure of the chamber; and a count of the stables, charged with the superintendence of the stables. For all important affairs the king generally consulted the grandees of his court. But, as in the 5 or 6 first centuries of monarchy in France the royal residence was not permanent, it is probable the Council of State was composed in part of the officers who followed the king, and in part of the noblemen who came to visit him or resided near the place he happened to be inhabiting. It was only under the Capetians that the royal council took a permanent footing, or even assembled at stated periods. In ordinary times, that is to say, when he was not engaged in war, the king had few around him, besides his family, his personal attendants, and the ministers charged with the dispatch of affairs. As he changed from one of his abodes to another, he only held his court on the great festivals of the year. Up to the 13th century there was, strictly speaking, no taxation and no public treasury. The king received, through special officers appointed for the purpose, tributes either in money or in kind, which were most variable, but often very heavy and drawn almost exclusively from his personal and private properties. In cases of emergency only, he appealed to his vassals for pecuniary aid. A great number of the grandees, who lived far from the court, either in state offices or on their own fees, had establishments similar to that of the king. Numerous and considerable privileges elevated them above other free men. The offices and fees having become hereditary, the order of nobility followed as a consequence, and it then became highly necessary for families to keep their genealogical histories, not only to gratify their pride, but also to give them the necessary titles for the feudal advantages they derived by birth. Without this right of inheritance, society, which was still unsettled in the Middle Ages, would soon have been dissolved. This great principle, sacred in the eyes both of great and small, maintained feudalism, and in so doing it maintained itself amidst all the chaos and confusion of repeated revolutions and social disturbances. We have already stated, and we can not sufficiently insist upon this important point, that from the day on which the adventurous habits of the chiefs of Germanic origin gave place to the desire for territorial possessions, the part played by the land increased insensibly towards defining the position of the persons holding it. Domains became small kingdoms, over which the lord assumed the most absolute and arbitrary rights. A rule was soon established that the nobility was inherent to the soil, and consequently that the land ought to transmit to its possessors the rights of nobility. This privilege was so much accepted that the long tenure of a fief ended by ennobling the commoner. This privilege was so much accepted that the long tenure of a fief ended by ennobling the commoner. Subsequently, by a sort of compensation which naturally followed, lands on which rent had hitherto been paid became free and noble on passing to the possession of a noble. At last, however, the contrary rule prevailed, which caused the lands not to change quality in changing owners. The noble could still possess the laborer's lands without losing his nobility, but the laborer could be proprietor of a fief without thereby becoming a noble. To the comites, who, according to Tacitus, attached themselves to the fortunes of the Germanic chiefs, succeeded the Merovingian leudes, whose assembly formed the king's council. These leudes were persons of great importance, owing to the number of their vassals, and although they composed his ordinary council, they did not hesitate at times to declare themselves openly opposed to his will. The name of leudes was abandoned under the second of the then French dynasties, and replaced by that of fideles, which, in truth, soon became a common designation of both the vassals of the crown and those of the nobility. Under the kings of the third dynasty, the kingdom was divided into about 150 domains, which were called great fiefs of the crown, and which were possessed in hereditary right by the members of the highest nobility, placed immediately under the royal sovereignty and dependence. Vassals emanating directly from the king were then generally designated by the title of barons, and mostly possessed strongholds. The other nobles indiscriminately ranked as chevaliers or knights, a generic title, to which was added that of banneret. The fiefs of hauberk were bound to supply the sovereignty with a certain number of knights covered with coats of mail and completely armed. All knights were mounted in war, but knights who were made so in consequence of their high birth must not be confounded with those who became knights by some great feat in arms in the house of a prince or high noble, nor with the members of the different orders of chivalry which were successively instituted, such as the Knights of the Star, the Genêt, the Golden Fleece, Saint-Esprit, Saint John of Jerusalem, etc. Originally, the possession of a benefice or fief meant no more than the privilege of enjoying the profits derived from the land, a concession which made the holder dependent upon the proprietor. He was, in fact, his man, to whom he owed homage, service in case of war, and assistance in any suit the proprietor might have before the king's tribunal. The chiefs of German bands at first recompensed their companions in arms by giving them fiefs of parts of the territory which they had conquered, but later on everything was equally given to be held in fief, namely dignities, offices, rights, and incomes or titles. It is important to remark, and it is in this alone that feudalism shows its social bearing, that if the vassal owed obedience and devotion to his lord, the lord in exchange owed protection to the vassal. The rank of free man did not necessarily require the possession of land, but the position of free men who did not hold fiefs was extremely delicate and often painful, for they were by natural right dependent upon those on whose domain they resided. In fact, the greater part of these nobles without lands became by choice the king's men and remained attached to his service. If this failed them, they took lands on lease so as to support themselves and their family, and to avoid falling into absolute servitude. In the event of a change of proprietor, they changed with the land into new hands. Nevertheless, it was not uncommon for them to be so reduced as to sell their freedom, but in such cases they reserved the right, should better times come, of repurchasing their liberty by paying 1/5 more than the sum for which they had sold it. We thus see that in olden times, as also later, freedom was more or less the natural consequence of the possession of wealth or power on the part of individuals or families who considered themselves free in the midst of general dependence. During the 10th century, indeed, if not impossible, it was at least difficult to find a single inhabitant of the kingdom of France who was not the man of some one, and who was either tied by rules of a liberal order or else was under the most servile obligations. The property of the free man was originally the alleu, which was under the jurisdiction of the royal magistrates. The alleu gradually lost the greater part of its franchise and became liable to the common charges due on lands which were not freehold. In ancient times, all landed property of a certain extent was composed of two distinct parts. One, occupied by the owner, constituted the domain or manor. The other, divided between persons who were more or less dependent, formed what were called tenures. These tenures were again divided according to the position of those who occupied them. If they were possessed by free men, who took the name of vassals, they were called benefices or fiefs. If they were let to laeti, colons, or serfs, they were then called colonies or demesnes. The laeti occupied a rank between the colon and the serf. They had less liberty than the colon, over whom the proprietor only had an indirect and very limited power. The colon only served the land, whilst the laeti, whether agriculturists or servants, served both the land and the owner. They nevertheless enjoyed the right of possession and of defending themselves or prosecuting by law. The serf, on the contrary, had neither city, tribunal, nor family. The laeti had, besides, the power of purchasing their liberty when they had amassed sufficient for the purpose. Serfs occupied the lowest position in the social ladder. They succeeded to slaves, thus making, thanks to Christianity, a step towards liberty. Although the civil laws barely protected them, those of the Church continually stepped in and defended them from arbitrary despotism. The time came when they had no direct masters, and when the almost absolute dependence of serfs was changed by the nobles requiring them to farm the land and pay tithes and fees. And lastly, they became farmers, and regular taxes took the place of tithes and fees. The colons, laeti, and serfs, all of whom were more or less tillers of the soil, were, so to speak, the ancestors of the people of modern times. Those who remained devoted to agriculture were the ancestors of our peasants, and those who gave themselves up to trades and commerce in the towns were the originators of the middle classes. As early as the commencement of the third royal dynasty, we find in the rural districts, as well as in the towns, a great number of free men, and as the charters concerning the condition of lands and persons became more and more extended, the tyranny of the great was reduced and servitude decreased. During the following centuries, the establishment of civic bodies and the springing up of the middle classes made the acquisition of liberty more easy and more general. Nevertheless, this liberty was rather theoretical than practical, for, if the nobles granted it nominally, they gave it at the cost of excessive fines, and the community, which purchased at a high price the right of self-administration, did not get rid of any of the feudal charges imposed upon it. Fortunately for the progress of liberty, the civic bodies, as if they had been providentially warned of the future in store for them, never hesitated to accept from their lords, civil or ecclesiastical, conditions, honors though they were, which enabled them to exist in the interior of the cities to which they belonged. They formed a sort of small state, almost independent for private affairs, subject to the absolute power of the king, and more or less tied by their customs or agreements with the local nobles. They held public assemblies and elected magistrates, whose powers embraced both the administration of civil and criminal justice, police, finance, and the militia. They generally had fixed and written laws. Protected by ramparts, each possessed a town hall, Hotel de Ville, a seal, a treasury, and a watchtower, and it could arm a certain number of men, either for its own defense or for the service of the noble or sovereign under whom it held its rights. In no case could a community such as this exist without the sanction of the king, who placed it under the safeguard of the crown. At first, the kings, blinded by a covetous policy, only seemed to see in the issue of these charters an excellent pretext for extorting money. If they consented to recognize them, and even to help them against their lords, it was on account of the enormous sacrifices made by the towns. Later on, however, they affected, on the contrary, the greatest generosity towards the vassals who wished to incorporate themselves, when they had understood that these institutions might become powerful auxiliaries against the great titulary feudalists. But from the reign of Louis XI, when the power of the nobles was much diminished and no longer inspired any terror to loyalty, the kings turned against their former allies, the middle classes, and deprived them successively of all the prerogatives which could prejudice the rights of the crown. The middle classes, it is true, acquired considerable influence afterwards by participation in the general and provincial councils. After having victoriously struggled against the clergy and nobility in the assemblies of the three states or orders, they ended by defeating royalty itself. Louis le Gros, in whose orders the style or title of bourgeois first appears, is generally looked upon as the founder of the franchise of communities in France, but it is proved that a certain number of communities or corporations were already formally constituted before his accession to the throne. The title of bourgeois was not, however, given exclusively to inhabitants of cities. It often happened that the nobles, with the intention of improving and enriching their domains, opened a kind of asylum under the attractive title of free towns or new towns, where they offered, to all wishing to establish themselves, lands, houses, and a more or less extended share of privileges, rights, and liberties. These congregations or families soon became boroughs, and the inhabitants, though agriculturists, took the name of bourgeois. There was also a third kind of bourgeois, whose influence on the extension of royal power was not less than that of the others. There were free men who, under the title of bourgeois of the king, bourgeois du roi, kept their liberty by virtue of letters of protection given them by the king, although they were established on lands of nobles whose inhabitants were deprived of liberty. Further, when a villain, that is to say, the serf of a noble, bought a lease of land in a royal borough, it was an established custom that, after having lived there a year and a day without being reclaimed by his lord and master, he became a bourgeois of the king and a free man. In consequence of this, the serfs and villains emigrated from all parts, in order to profit by these advantages to such a degree that the lands of the nobles became deserted by all the serfs of different degrees, and were in danger of remaining uncultivated. The nobility, in the interests of their properties and to arrest this increasing immigration, devoted themselves to improving the condition of persons placed under their dependence, and attempted to create on their domains boroughs analogous to those of royalty. But however liberal these ameliorations might appear to be, it was difficult for the nobles not only to concede privileges equal to those emanating from the throne, but also to ensure equal protection to those they thus enfranchised. In spite of this, however, the result was that a double current of enfranchisement was established, which resulted in the daily diminution of the miserable order of serfs, and which, whilst it emancipated the lower orders, had the immediate result of giving increased weight and power to royalty, both in its own domains and in those of the nobility and their vassals. These social revolutions did not, of course, operate suddenly, nor did they at once abolish former institutions, for we still find that after the establishment of communities and corporations, several orders of servitude remain. At the close of the 13th century, on the authority of Philippe de Beaumanoir, the celebrated editor of Coutumes de Beauvoisis, there were three states or orders amongst the laity, namely, the nobleman, the freeman, and the serf. All noblemen were free, but all freemen were not necessarily noblemen. Generally, nobility descended from the father and franchise from the mother. But according to many other customs of France, the child, as a general rule, succeeded to the lower rank of his parents. There were two orders of serfs, one rigorously held in the absolute dependence of his lord, to such a degree that the latter could appropriate during his life, or after death if he chose, all he possessed. He could imprison him, ill-treat him as he thought proper, without having to answer to any one but God. The other, though held equally in bondage, was more liberally treated, for, unless he was guilty of some evil doing, the lord could ask of him nothing during his life but the fees, rents, or fines which he owed on account of his servitude. If one of the latter class of serfs married a free woman, everything which he possessed became the property of his lord. The same was the case when he died, for he could not transmit any of his goods to his children, and was only allowed to dispose by will of a sum of about 5 sous, or about 25 francs of modern money. As early as the 14th century, serfdom or servitude no longer existed except in Mormant, of which we still have to speak. Mormant consisted of the privation of the right of freely disposing of one's person or goods. He who had not the power of going where he would, of giving or selling, of leaving by will or transferring his property, fixed or movable, as he thought best, was called a man of Mormant. This name was apparently chosen because the hand, considered the symbol of power and the instrument of donation, was deprived of movement, paralyzed, in fact, struck as by death. It was also nearly in this sense that men of the church were also called men of Mormant, because they were equally forbidden to dispose, either in life or by will after death, of anything belonging to them. There were two kinds of Mormant, real and personal, one concerning land and the other concerning the person. That is to say, land held in Mormant did not change quality, whatever might be the position of the person who occupied it, and a man of Mormant did not cease to suffer the inconveniences of his position on whatever land he went to establish himself. The Mormants were generally subject to the greater share of feudal obligations formerly imposed on serfs. These were particularly to work for a certain time for the lord without receiving any wages, or else to pay him the tax when it was due, on certain definite occasions, as, for example, when he married, when he gave a dower to his daughter, when he was taken prisoner of war, when he went to the Holy Land, etc., etc. What particularly characterized the condition of Mormant was that the lords had the right to take all their goods when they died without issue, or when the children held a separate household, and that they could not dispose of anything they possessed, either by will or gift, beyond a certain sum. The noble who franchised Mormant imposed on them in almost all cases very heavy conditions, consisting of fees, labors, and fines of all sorts. In fact, a Mormant person, to be free, not only required to be franchised by his own lord, but also by all the nobles on whom he was dependent, as well as by the sovereign. If a noble franchised without the consent of his superiors, he incurred a fine, as it was considered a dismemberment or depreciation of the fief. As early as the end of the 14th century, the rigorous laws of Mormant began to fall into disuse in the provinces, though, if the name began to disappear, the condition itself continued to exist. The free men, whether they belonged to the middle class or to the peasantry, were nevertheless still subject to pay fines or obligations to their lords of such a nature that they must be considered to have been practically in the same position as Mormant. In fact, this custom had been so deeply rooted into social habits by feudalism that, to make it disappear totally at the end of the 18th century, it required 3 decrees of the National Convention, July 17th and October 2nd, 1793, and 8 Ventose year 2nd, that is, March 2nd, 1794. It is only just to state that, 12 or 14 years earlier, Louis XVI had done all in his power towards the same purpose, by suppressing mortmain, both real or personal, on the lands of the crown, and personal mortmain, that is, the right of following mortmain out of their original districts all over the kingdom. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donna Stewart. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period, by Paul Lacroix, Section 3. Privileges and Rights. Feudal and Municipal. Elements of Feudalism. Rights of treasure trove, sporting, safe conducts, ransom, disinheritance, etc. Immunity of the feudalists. Dues from the nobles to their sovereign. Law and university dues. Curious exactions resulting from the universal system of dues. Struggles to enfranchise the classes subjected to dues. Feudal spirit and citizen spirit. Resuscitation of the system of ancient municipalities in Italy, Germany, and France. Municipal institutions and associations. The community. The middle-class cities. Origin of national unity. So as to understand the numerous charges, dues, and servitudes, often as quaint as iniquitous and vexatious, which weighed on the lower orders during the Middle Ages, we must remember how the upper class, who assumed to itself the privilege of oppression on lands and persons under the feudal system, was constituted. The Roman nobles, heirs to their fathers' agricultural dominions, succeeded for the most part in preserving through the successive invasions of the barbarians the influence attached to the prestige of birth and wealth. They still possessed the greater part of the land, and owned as vassals the rural populations. The German nobles, on the contrary, had not such extended landed properties, but they appropriated all the strongest positions. The dukes, counts, and marquises were generally of German origin. The Roman race, mixed with the blood of the various nations it had subdued, was the first to infuse itself into ancient society, and only furnished barons of a secondary order. These heterogeneous elements, brought together, with the object of common dominion, constituted a body who found life and motion only in the traditions of Rome and ancient Germany. From these two historical sources, as is very judiciously pointed out by M. Marie Lafon, issued all the habits of the new society, and particularly the rights and privileges assumed by the nobility. These rights and privileges, which we are about to pass summarily in review, were numerous and often curious. Amongst them may be mentioned the rights of treasure trove, the rights of wreck, the rights of establishing fairs or markets, rights of mark, of sporting, etc. The rights of treasure trove were those which gave full power to dukes and counts over all minerals found on their properties. It was in asserting this right that the famous Richard Coeur de Lion, King of England, met his death. Adhémar, Viscount of Limoges, had discovered in a field a treasure of which, no doubt, public report exaggerated the value, for it was said to be large enough to model in pure gold and life size a Roman emperor and the members of his family at table. Adhémar was a vassal of the Duke of Guienne, and, as a matter of course, set aside what was considered the sovereign's share in his discovery; but Richard, refusing to concede any part of his privilege, claimed the whole treasure. On the refusal of the viscount to give it up, he appeared under arms before the gates of the castle of Chalus, where he supposed that the treasure was hidden. On seeing the royal standard, the garrison offered to open the gates. "No," answered Richard, "since you have forced me to unfurl my banner, I shall only enter by breach, and you shall all be hung on the battlements." The siege commenced, and did not at first seem to favour the English, for the besieged made a noble stand. One evening, as his troops were assaulting the place, in order to witness the scene, Richard was sitting at a short distance on a piece of rock protected with a target, that is, a large shield covered with leather and blades of iron, which two archers held over him. Impatient to see the result of the assault, Richard pushed down the shield, and that moment decided his fate (1199). An archer of Chalus, who had recognised him and was watching from the top of the rampart, sent a bolt from a crossbow, which hit him full in the chest. The wound, however, would perhaps not have been mortal, but shortly after, having carried the place by storm, and in his delight at finding the treasure almost intact, he gave himself up madly to degrading orgies, during which he had already dissipated the greater part of his treasure, and died of his wound 12 days later, first having, however, graciously pardoned the bowman who caused his death. The right of shipwrecks, which the nobles of seaboard countries rarely renounced, and of which they were the more jealous from the fact that they had continuously to dispute them with their vassals and neighbours, was the pitiless and barbaric right of appropriating the contents of ships happening to be wrecked on their shores. When the feudal nobles granted to their vassals the right of assembling on certain days in order to hold fairs and markets, they never neglected to reserve to themselves some tax on each head of cattle, as well as on the various articles brought in and put up for sale. As these fairs and markets never failed to attract a great number of buyers and sellers, this formed a very lucrative tax for the noble. The right of marque, or reprisal, was a most barbarous custom. A famous example of it. In 1022, William the Pious, Count of Angoulême, before starting for a pilgrimage to Rome, made his 3 brothers, who were his vassals, swear to live in honourable peace and good friendship; but notwithstanding their oath, 2 of the brothers, having invited the 3rd to the Easter festivities, seized him at night in his bed, put out his eyes, so that he might not find his way to his castle, and cut out his tongue, so that he might not name the authors of this horrible treatment. The voice of God, however, denounced them, and the Count of Angoulême, shuddering with horror, referred the case to his sovereign, the Duke of Aquitaine, William IV., who immediately came, and, by fire and sword, exercised his right of marque on the lands of the 2 brothers, leaving them nothing but their lives and limbs, after having first put out their eyes and cut out their tongues, so as to inflict on them the penalty of retaliation. The right of sporting or hunting was of all prerogatives that dearest to and most valued by the nobles. Not only were the severest and even cruellest penalties imposed on villains who dared to kill the smallest head of game, but quarrels frequently arose between nobles of different degrees on the subject, some pretending to have a feudal privilege of hunting on the lands of others. From this tyrannical exercise of the right of hunting, which the least powerful of the nobles only submitted to with the most violent and bitter feelings, sprung those old and familiar ballads which indicate the popular sentiment on the subject. In some of these songs the inveterate hunters are condemned, by order of the fairies or the fates, either to follow a phantom stag for everlasting, or to hunt like King Artus in the clouds, and to catch a fly every 100 years. The right of jurisdiction, which gave judicial power to the dukes and counts in cases arising in their domains, had no appeal save to the king himself, and this was even often contested by the nobles, as, for instance, in the unhappy case of Enguerrand de Coucy. Enguerrand had ordered 3 young Flemish noblemen, who were scholars at the Abbey of St. Nicholas des Bois, to be seized and hung, because, not knowing that they were on the domain of the Lord of Coucy, they had killed a few rabbits with arrows. Saint Louis called the case before him. Enguerrand answered to the call, but only to dispute the king's right, and to claim the judgment of his peers. The king, without taking any notice of the remonstrance, ordered Enguerrand to be locked up in the big tower of the Louvre, and was nearly applying the law of retaliation to his case. Eventually he granted him letters of pardon, after condemning him to build 3 chapels, where masses were continually to be said for the 3 victims; to give the forest where the young scholars had been found hunting to the Abbey of St. Nicholas des Bois; to lose on all his estates the rights of jurisdiction and sporting; to serve 3 years in the Holy Land, and to pay to the King a fine of 12,500 pounds Tournois. It must be remembered that Louis IX., although most generous in cases relating simply to private interests, was one of the most stubborn defenders of royal prerogatives. A right which feudalists had the greatest interest in observing and causing to be respected, because they themselves might with their wandering habits require it at any moment, was that of safe convoy or guidance. This right was so powerful that it even applied itself to the lower orders, and its violation was considered the most odious crime. Thus, in the 13th century, the King of Aragon was severely abused by all persons and all classes, because, in spite of this right, he caused a Jew to be burned, so as not to have to pay a debt which the man claimed of him. The right of the crown should also be mentioned, which consisted of a circle of gold ornamented in various fashions, according to the different degrees of feudal monarchy, which vassals had to present to their lord on the day of his investiture. The right of seal was a fee or fine they had to pay for the charters which their lord caused to be delivered to them. The duty of obeying was the fine or due paid by merchants, either in kind or money, to the feudal chief when they passed near his castle, landed in his ports, or exposed goods for sale in his markets. The nobles of the second order possessed among their privileges that of wearing spurs of silver or gold, according to their rank of knighthood; the right of receiving double rations when prisoners of war; the right of claiming a year's delay when a creditor wished to seize their land; and the right of never having to submit to torture after trial, unless they were condemned to death for the crime they had committed. If a great baron, for serious offences, confiscated the goods of a noble who was his vassal, the latter had a right to keep his palfrey, the horse of his squire, various pieces of his harness and armour, his bed, his silk robe, his wife's bed, one of her dresses, her ring, her cloth stomacher, &c. The nobles alone possessed the right of having seats of honour in churches and chapels, and to erect therein funereal monuments, and we know that they maintained this right so rigorously and with so much effrontery, that fatal quarrels at times arose on questions of precedence. The epitaphs, the placing of tombs, the position of a monument, were all subjects for conflicts or lawsuits. The nobles enjoyed also the right of disinheritance, that is to say, of claiming the goods of a person dying on their lands who had no direct heir; the right of claiming a tax when a fief or domain changed hands; the right of common oven, or requiring vassals to make use of the mill, the oven, or the press of the lord. At the time of the vintage, no peasant might sell his wine until the nobles had sold theirs. Everything was a source of privilege for the nobles. Kings and councils waived the necessity of their studying, in order to be received as bachelors of universities. If a noble was made a prisoner of war, his life was saved by his nobility, and his ransom had practically to be raised by the villeins of his domains. The nobles were also exempted from serving in the militia, nor were they obliged to lodge soldiers, &c. They had 1,000 pretexts for establishing taxes on their vassals, who were generally considered "taxable and to be worked at will." Thus, in the domain of Montignac, the Count of Périgord claimed, among other things, as follows: For every case of censure or complaint brought before him, 10 deniers; for a quarrel in which blood was shed, 60 sols; if blood was not shed, 7 sols; for the use of ovens, the 16th loaf of each baking; for the sale of corn in the domain, 43 setiers; besides these, 6 setiers of rye, 161 setiers of oats, 3 setiers of beans, 1 pound of wax, 8 capons, 17 hens, and 37 loads of wine. There were a multiple of other rights due to him, including the provostship fees, the fees on deeds, the tolls and furnaces of towns, the taxes on salt, on leather, corn, nuts, fees for the right of fishing, for the right of sporting, which last gave the lord a certain part or quarter of the game killed, and, in addition, the deme, or tenth part of all the corn, wine, &c., &c. This worthy noble gathered in, besides all this, during the religious festivals of the year, certain tributes in money on the estate of Montignac alone, amounting to as much as 20,000 tournois. One can judge by this rough sketch of the income he must have had, both in good and bad years, from his other domains in the rich county of Périgord. It must not be imagined that this was an exceptional case. All over the feudal territory the same state of things existed, and each lord farmed both his lands and the persons whom feudal right had placed under his dependence. To add to these already excessive rates and taxes, there were endless dues under all shapes and names claimed by the ecclesiastical lords; and not only did the nobility make without scruple these enormous exactions, but the crown supported them in avenging any act, however opposed to all sense of justice; so that the nobles were really placed above the great law of equality, without which the continuance of social order seemed normally impossible. The history of the city of Toulouse gives us a significant example on this subject. On Easter Day, 1335, some students of the university, who had passed the night of the anniversary of the resurrection of our Saviour in drinking, left the table half intoxicated, and ran about the town during the hours of service, beating pans and cauldrons, and making such a noise and disturbance, that the indignant preachers were obliged to stop in the middle of their discourses, and claimed the intervention of the municipal authorities of Toulouse. One of these, the Lord of Gower, went out of church with 5 sergeants, and tried himself to arrest the most turbulent of the band; but as he was seizing him by the body, one of his comrades gave the lord a blow with a dagger, which cut off his nose, lips, and part of his chin. This occurrence aroused the whole town. Toulouse had been insulted in the person of its first magistrate, and claimed vengeance. The author of the deed, named Aymery de Béranger, was seized, judged, condemned, and beheaded, and his body was suspended on the spikes of the Château Narbonnais. Toulouse had to pay dearly for the disrespect shown to its municipal dignity. The parents of the student presented a petition to the King against the city for having dared to execute a noble, and to hang his body on a gibbet, in opposition to the sacred right which this noble had of appealing to the judgment of his peers. The Parliament of Paris finally decided the matter with the inflexible partiality to the rights of rank, and confiscated all the goods of the inhabitants, forced the principal magistrates to go on their knees before the house of Aymery de Béranger and ask pardon; themselves to take down the body of the victim, and to have it publicly and honourably buried in the burial ground of the Daurade. Such was the sentence and humiliation to which one of the first towns of the south was subjected, for having practised immediate justice on a noble, whilst it would certainly have suffered no vindication if the culprit condemned to death had belonged to the middle or lower orders. End of Section 3. Recording by Donna Stewart, Seattle, Washington. Section 4 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donna Stewart. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period, by Paul Lacroix. Section 4. We must nevertheless remember that heavy dues fell upon the privileged class themselves to a certain degree, and if they taxed their poor vassals without mercy, they had in their turn often to reckon with their superiors in the feudal hierarchy. Albert, or right of shelter, was the principal charge imposed upon the noble. When a great baron visited his lands, his tenants were not only obliged to give him and his followers shelter, but also provisions and food, the nature and quality of which were all arranged beforehand with the most extraordinary minuteness. The lesser nobles took advantage sometimes of the power they possessed to repurchase this obligation; but the rich, on the contrary, were most anxious to seize the occasion of proudly displaying before their sovereign all the pomp in their power, at the risk even of mortgaging their revenues for several years, and of ruining their vassals. History is full of stories bearing witness to the extravagant prodigalities of certain nobles on such occasions. Payments in kind fell generally on the abbeys up to 1158. That of Saint Denis, which was very rich in lands, was charged with supplying the house and table of the king. This tax, which became heavier and heavier, eventually fell on the Parisians, who only succeeded in ridding themselves of it in 1374, when Charles V. made all the bourgeois of Paris noble. In the 12th century, all furniture made of wood or iron which was found in the house of the bishop at his death became the property of the king; but in the 14th century the abbots of Saint Denis, Saint Germain des Prés, Saint Geneviève, and a few priories in the neighbourhood of Paris were only required to present the sovereign with 2 horse loads of produce annually, so as to keep up the old system of fines. This system of rents and dues of all kinds was so much the basis of social organization in the Middle Ages, that it sometimes happened that the lower orders benefited by it. Thus the bed of the Bishop of Paris belonged after his death to the poor invalids of the Hôtel Dieu. The canons were also bound to leave theirs to that hospital as an atonement for the sins which they had committed. The bishops of Paris were required to give 2 very sumptuous repasts to their chapters at the feasts of Saint Eloi and Saint Paul. The holy men of Saint Martin were obliged annually, on the 10th of November, to offer to the first president of the Court of Parliament 2 square caps, and to the first usher a writing desk and a pair of gloves. The executioner, too, received from various monastic communities of the capital bread, bottles of wine, and pigs' heads; and even criminals who were taken to Montfaucon to be hung had the right to claim bread and wine from the nuns of Saint Catherine and the Filles Dieu as they passed those establishments on their way to the gibbet. Fines were levied everywhere, at all times, and for all sorts of reasons. Under the name of épices, the magistrates, judges, reporters, and counsel, who had at first only received sweetmeats and preserves as voluntary offerings, eventually exacted substantial tribute in current coin. Scholars who wished to take rank in the university sent some small pies, costing 10 sols to each examiner. Students in philosophy or theology gave 2 suppers to the president, 8 to the other masters, besides presenting them with sweetmeats, &c. It would be an endless task to relate all the fines due by apprentices and companions before they could reach mastership in their various crafts; nor have we yet mentioned certain fines which, from their strange or ridiculous nature, prove to what a pitch of folly men may be led under the influence of tyranny, vanity, or caprice. Thus we read of vassals descending to the humiliating occupation of beating the water of the moat of the castle in order to stop the noise of the frogs during the illness of the mistress. We elsewhere find that at times the lord required them to hop on one leg, to kiss the latch of the castle gate, or to go through some drunken play in his presence, or sing a somewhat broad song before the lady. At Toul, all the rustics who had married during the year were bound to appear on the Puy or Mont Saint Clair. At 12 o'clock precisely 3 children came out of the hospital, one beating a drum violently, the other 2 carrying a pot full of dirt. A herald called the names of the bridegrooms, and those who were absent or were unable to assist in breaking the pot by throwing stones at it, paid a fine. At Périgieux, the young couples had to give the consuls a pincushion of embossed leather or cloth of different colours. A woman marrying a second time was required to present them with an earthen pot containing 12 sticks of different woods. A woman marrying for the third time a barrel of cinders passed 13 times through the sieve, and 13 spoons made of different fruit trees. And lastly, one coming to the altar for the 5th time was obliged to bring with her a small tub containing the excrement of a white hen. The people of the Middle Ages and the Renaissance period were literally tied down with taxes and dues of all sorts, says M. Marie Lafont. If a few gleams of liberty reached them, it was only from a distance, and more in the hope of the future than as regarded the present. As an example of the way people were treated, a certain lord of La Gouenne, spoken of in the Chronicles of the South, may be mentioned. Every year this cunning baron assembled his tenants in the village square. A large maypole was planted, and on the top was attached a wren. The lord, pointing to the little bird, declared solemnly that if any villain succeeded in piercing him with an arrow, he should be exempt from that year's dues. The villains shot away, but, to the great merriment of their lord, never hit, and so had to continue paying the dues. One can easily understand how such a system, legalised by law, hampered the efforts for freedom, which a sense of human dignity was constantly raising in the bosoms of the oppressed. The struggle was long, often bloody, and at times it seemed almost hopeless; for on both sides it was felt that the contest was between two principles which were incompatible, and one of which must necessarily end by annihilating the other. Any compromise between the complete slavery and the personal freedom of the lower orders could only be a respite to enable these implacable adversaries to reinforce themselves, so as to resume with more vigour than ever this desperate combat, the issue of which was so long to remain doubtful. These efforts to obtain individual liberty displayed themselves more particularly in towns; but although they became almost universal in the West, they had not the same importance or character everywhere. The feudal system had not everywhere produced the same consequences. Thus, whilst in ancient Gaul it had absorbed all social vitality, we find that in Germany, the place of its origin, the Teutonic institutions of older date gave a comparative freedom to the labourers. In southern countries, again, we find the same beneficial effect from the Roman rule. On that long area of land reaching from the southern slope of the Cevennes to the Apennines, the hand of the barbarian had weighed much less heavily than on the rest of Europe. In those favoured provinces where Roman organization had outlived Roman patronage, it seems as if ancient splendour had never ceased to exist, and the elegance of customs reflourished amidst the ruins. There a sort of urban aristocracy always continued as a balance against the nobles, and the council of elected prud'hommes, the syndics, jurors, or capitouls, who in the towns replaced the Roman honorati and curiales, still were considered by kings and princes as holding some position in the state. The municipal body, larger and more open than the old ward, no longer formed a corporation of unwilling aristocrats chained to privileges which ruined them. The principal cities on the Italian coast had already amassed enormous wealth by commerce, and displayed the most remarkable ardour, activity, and power. The Eternal City, which was disputed by emperors, popes, and barons of the Roman states, bestirred itself at times to snatch at the ancient phantom of republicanism; and this phantom was destined soon to change into reality, and another Rome, or rather a new Carthage, the lovely Venice, arose free and independent from the waves of the Adriatic. In Lombardy, so thickly colonised by the German conquerors, feudalism, on the contrary, weighed heavily; but there, too, cities were populous and energetic, and the struggle for supremacy continued for centuries in an uncompromising manner between the people and the nobles, between the Guelphs and the Ghibellines. In the north and east of the Gallic territory, the instinct of resistance did not exist any the less, although perhaps it was more intermittent. In fact, in these regions we find ambitious nobles forestalling the action of the king, and in order to attach towns to themselves and their houses, suppressing the most obnoxious of the taxes, and at the same time granting legal guarantees. For this the Counts of Flanders became celebrated, and the famous Héribert de Vermandois was noted for being so exacting in his demands with the great, and yet so popular with the small. The 11th century, during which feudal power rose to its height, was also the period when a reaction set in of the townspeople against the nobility. The spirit of the city revived with that of the bourgeois, a name derived from the Teutonic word burg, habitation, and infused a feeling of opposition to the system which followed the conquest of the Teutons. But, says M. Henri Martin, what reappeared was not the Roman municipality of the empire, stained by servitude, although surrounded with glittering pomp and gorgeous arts, but it was something coarse and almost semi-barbarous in form, though strong and generous at core, and which, as far as the difference of the times would allow, rather reminds us of the small republics which existed previous to the Roman Empire. Two strong impulses, originating from two totally dissimilar centres of action, irresistibly propelled this great social revolution, with its various and endless aspects, affecting all Central Europe, and being more or less felt in the West, the North, and the South. On one side, the Greek and Latin partiality for ancient corporations, modified by a democratic element and an innate feeling of opposition characteristic of barbaric tribes; and on the other, the free spirit and equality of the old Celtic tribes, rising suddenly against the military hierarchy, which was the offspring of conquest. Europe was roused by the double current of ideas which simultaneously urged her on to a new state of civilisation, and more particularly to a new organisation of city life. Italy was naturally destined to be the country where the new trials of social regeneration were to be made. But she presented the greatest possible variety of customs, laws, and governments, including emperor, pope, bishops, and feudal princes. In Tuscany and Liguria the march towards liberty was continued almost without effort, whilst in Lombardy, on the contrary, the feudal resistance was very powerful. Everywhere, however, cities became more or less completely enfranchised, though some more rapidly than others. In Sicily, feudalism swayed over the countries, but in the greater part of the peninsula the democratic spirit of the cities influenced the enfranchisement of the rural population. The feudal caste was in fact dissolved. The barons were transformed into patricians of the noble towns, which gave their republican magistrates the old title of consuls. The Teutonic emperor in vain sought to seize and turn to his own interest the sovereignty of the people who had shaken off the yoke of his vassals. The signal of war was immediately given by the newly enfranchised masses, and the imperial eagle was obliged to fly before the banners of the besieged cities. Happy indeed might the cities of Italy have been, had they not forgotten in their prosperity that union alone could give them the possibility of maintaining that liberty which they so freely risked in continual quarrels amongst one another. The Italian movement was immediately felt on the other side of the Alps. In Provence, Septimanie, and Aquitaine, we find in the 11th century cities which enjoyed considerable freedom. Under the name of communities and universities, which meant that all citizens were part of the one body, they jointly interfered in the general affairs of the kingdom to which they belonged. Their magistrates were treated on a footing of equality with the feudal nobility, and although the latter at first would only recognise them as good men or notables, the consuls knew how to make a position for themselves in the hierarchy. If the consulate, which was a powerful expression of the most prominent system of independence, did not succeed in suppressing feudalism in Provence, as it did in Italy, it at least so transformed it that it deprived it of some of its most unjust and insupportable elements. At Toulouse, for instance, where the consuls were by exception called capitouls, that is to say, heads of the chapters or consuls of the city, the lord of the country seemed less a feudal prince in his capital than an honorary magistrate of the bourgeoisie. Avignon added to her consuls 2 podestats, from the Latin potestas, power. At Marseilles, the university of the high city was ruled by a republic under the presidency of the Count of Provence, although the lower city was still under the sovereignty of a viscount. Périgueux, which was divided into 2 communities, the great and the small fraternity, took up arms to resist the authority of the Counts of Périgord, and Arles, under its podestat, was governed for some time as a free and imperial town. Amongst the constitutions which were established by the cities from the 11th to the 16th centuries, we find admirable examples of administration and government, so that one is struck with admiration at the efforts of intelligence and patriotism, often uselessly lavished on such small political arenas. The consulate, which nominally at least found its origin in the ancient grandeur of southern regions, did not spread itself beyond Lyons. In the centre of France, at Poitiers, Tours, Moulins, etc., the urban progress only manifested itself in efforts which were feeble and easily suppressed. But in the north, on the contrary, in the provinces between the Seine and the Rhine, and even between the Seine and the Loire, the systems of franchise took footing and became recognised. In some places the revolution was effected without difficulty, but in others it gave rise to the most determined struggles. In Normandy, for instance, under the active and intelligent government of the dukes of the race of Rolles or Roland, the middle class was rich and even warlike. It had access to the councils of the duchy, and when it was contemplated to invade England, the Duke William found support from the middle class both in money and men. The case was the same in Flanders, where the towns of Ghent, of Bruges, of Ypres, after being enfranchised but a short time, developed with great rapidity. But in the other counties of western France, the greater part of the towns were still much oppressed by the counts and bishops. If some obtained certain franchises, these privileges were their ultimate ruin owing to the ill faith of their nobles. A town between the Loire and the Seine gave the signal which caused the regeneration of the north. The inhabitants of Mans formed a community or association, and took an oath that they would obtain and maintain certain rights. They rebelled about 1070, and forced the count and his noble vassals to grant them the freedom which they had sworn to obtain, though William of Normandy very soon restored the rebel city to order, and dissolved the presumptuous community. However, the example soon bore fruit. Cambrai rose in its turn and proclaimed the Commune, and although its bishop, aided by treason and by the Count of Hainaut, reduced it to obedience, it only seemed to succumb for a time, to renew the struggle with greater success at a subsequent period. We have just mentioned the Commune, but we must not mistake the true meaning of this word, which, under the Latin form communitas, expresses originally a Germanic idea, and in its new form a Christian mode of living. Societies of mutual defence, guilds, etc., had never disappeared from Germanic and Celtic countries, and indeed knighthood itself was but a brotherhood of Christian warriors. The societies of the Paix de Dieu and of the Trêve de Dieu were encouraged by the clergy in order to stop the bloody quarrels of the nobility, and formed in reality great religious guilds. This idea of a body of persons taking some common oath to one another, of which feudalism gave so striking an example, could not fail to influence the minds of the rustics and the lower classes, and they only wanted the opportunity which the idea of the Commune at once gave them, of imitating their superiors. They too took oaths, and possessed their bodies and souls in common. They seized by force of strategy the ramparts of their towns. They elected mayors, aldermen, and jurors, who were charged to watch over the interests of their association. They swore to spare neither their goods, their labour, nor their blood, in order to free themselves; and not content with defending themselves behind barricades or chains which closed the streets, they boldly took the offensive against the proud feudal chiefs before whom their fathers had trembled, and they forced the nobles, who now saw themselves threatened by this armed multitude, to acknowledge their franchise by a solemn covenant. It does not follow that everywhere the Commune was established by means of insurrection, for it was obtained after all sorts of struggles, and franchises were sold in some places for gold, and in others granted by more or less voluntary liberality. Everywhere the object was the same; everywhere they struggled or negotiated to upset, by a written constitution or charter, the violence and arbitrary rule under which they had so long suffered, and to replace by an annual and fixed rent, under the protection of an independent and impartial law, the unlimited exactions and disguised plundering so long made by the nobility and royalty. Circumstanced as they were, what other means had they to obtain this end but ramparts and gates, a common treasury, a permanent military force, and magistrates who were both administrators, judges, and captains? The Hôtel de Ville, or mansion house, immediately became a sort of civic temple, where the banner of the Commune, the emblems of unity, and the seal which sanctioned the municipal acts were preserved. Then arose the watch towers, where the watchmen were unceasingly posted night and day, and whence the alarm signal was ever ready to issue its powerful sounds when danger threatened the city. These watch towers, the monuments of liberty, became as necessary for the burghers as the clock towers of their cathedrals, whose brilliant peals and joyous chimes gave zest to the popular feasts. The mansion houses built in Flanders from the 14th to the 16th centuries under municipal influence are marvels of architecture. Who is there who could thoroughly describe or even appreciate all the happy or unhappy vicissitudes relating to the establishment of the communes? We read of the Commune of Cambrai, 4 times created, 4 times destroyed, and which was continually at war with the bishops; the Commune of Beauvais, sustained, on the contrary, by the diocesan prelate against 2 nobles who possessed feudal rights over it; Laon, a commune bought for money from the bishop, afterwards confirmed by the king, and then violated by fraud and treachery, and eventually buried in the blood of its defenders. We read also of St. Quentin, where the Count of Vermandois and his vassals voluntarily swore to maintain the right of the bourgeois, and scrupulously respected their oath. In many other localities the feudal dignitaries took alarm simply at the name of commune, and whereas they would not agree to the very best arrangements under this terrible designation, they did not hesitate to adopt them when called either the laws of friendship, the peace of God, or the institutions of peace. At Lille, for instance, the bourgeois magistrates took the name of appeasers, or watchers over friendship. At Aire, in Artois, the members of friendship mutually not only helped one another against the enemy, but also assisted one another in distress. Amiens deserves the first place among the cities which dearly purchased their privileges. The most terrible and sanguinary war was sustained by the bourgeois against their count and lord of the manor, assisted by King Louis le Gros, who had under similar circumstances just taken the part of the nobles of Laon. From Amiens, which having been triumphant became a perfect municipal republic, the example propagated itself throughout the rest of Picardy, the Isle of France, Normandy, Brittany, and Burgundy, and by degrees, without any revolutionary shocks, reached the region of Lyons, where the consulate, a characteristic institution of southern communes, ended. From Flanders also the movement spread in the direction of the German Empire, and there too the struggle was animated and victorious against the aristocracy, until at last the great system of enfranchisement prevailed, and the cities of the west and south formed a confederation against the nobles, whilst those in the north formed the famous Teutonic Hanse, so celebrated for its maritime commerce. The centre of France slowly followed the movement, but its progress was considerably delayed by the close influence of royalty, which sometimes conceded large franchises, and sometimes suppressed the least claims to independence. The kings, who willingly favoured communes on the properties of their neighbours, did not so much care to see them forming on their own estates, unless the exceptional position and importance of any town required a wise exercise of tolerance. Thus Orleans, situated in the heart of the royal domains, was roughly repulsed in its first movement, whilst Mantes, which was on the frontier of the duchy of Normandy, and still under the King of England, had but to ask in order to receive its franchise from the King of France. It was particularly in the royal domains that cities were to be found, which, although they did not possess the complete independence of communes, had a certain amount of liberty and civil guarantees. They had neither the right of war, the watch tower, nor the exclusive jurisdiction over their elected magistrates, for the bailiffs and the royal provosts represented the sovereign amongst them. In Paris, less than anywhere, could the kings consent to the organisation of an independent political system, although that city succeeded in creating for itself a municipal existence. The middle class influence originated in a Gallo-Roman corporation. The Company of Nantes, or the Corporation of the Water Trade, formed a centre round which were successively attached various bodies of different trades. Gradually a strong concourse of civic powers was established, which succeeded in electing a municipal council, composed of a provost of merchants, 4 aldermen, and 26 councillors of the town. This council afterwards succeeded in overstepping the royal influence at difficult times, and was destined to play a prominent part in history. There also sprang up a lower order of towns or boroughs than these bourgeois cities which were especially under the crown. Not having sufficient strength to claim a great amount of liberty, they were obliged to be satisfied with a few privileges conceded to them by the nobles, for the most part with a political end. These were the free towns or new towns which we have already named. However it came about, it is certain that although during the 10th century feudal power was almost supreme in Europe, as early as the 12th century the municipal system had gained great weight, and was constantly progressing until the policy of the kingdom became developed on a more and more extended basis, so that it was then necessary for it to give up its primitive nature, and to participate in the great movement of consolidisation and national unity. In this way the position of the large towns in the State relatively lost their individual position, and became somewhat analogous, as compared with the kingdom at large, to that formerly held by bourgeois in the cities. Friendly ties arose between provinces, and distinct and rival interests were effaced by the general aspiration towards common objects. The towns were admitted to the States General, and the citizens of various regions mixed as representatives of the tiers état. 3 orders thus met who were destined to struggle for predominance in the future. We must call attention to the fact that, as M. Henri Martin says, by an apparent contradiction, the fall of the communes declared itself in inverse ratio to the progress of the tiers état. By degrees, as the government became more settled from the great fiefs being absorbed by the crown, and as Parliament and other courts of appeal which emanated from the middle class extended their high judiciary and military authority, so the central power, organised under monarchical form, must necessarily have been less disposed to tolerate the local independence of the communes. The State replaced the commune for everything concerning justice, war, and administration. No doubt some valuable privileges were lost, but that was only an accidental circumstance, for a great social revolution was produced which cleared off at once all the relics of the old age; and when the work of reconstruction terminated, homage was rendered to the venerable name of commune, which became uniformly applied to all towns, boroughs, or villages into which the new spirit of the same municipal system was infused. End of Section 4. Recording by Donna Stewart, Seattle, Washington. Section 5 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donna Stewart. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period, by Paul Lacroix, Section 5. Private life in the castles, the towns, and the rural districts. The Merovingian castles. Pastimes of the nobles. Hunting. War. Domestic arrangements. Private life of Charlemagne. Domestic habits under the Carlovingians. Influence of chivalry. Simplicity of the court of Philip Augustus not imitated by his successors. Princely life of the 15th century. The bringing up of La Tour Landry, a noble of Anjou. Varlets, pages, esquires, maids of honour. Opulence of the bourgeoisie. Le Ménagier de Paris. Ancient dwellings. State of rustics at various periods. Rustic sayings by Noël Dufile. Augustin Thierry, taking Gregory of Tours, the Merovingian Herodotus, as an authority, thus describes a royal domain under the first royal dynasty of France. This dwelling in no way possessed the military aspect of the château of the Middle Ages. It was a large building surrounded with porticos of Roman architecture, sometimes built of carefully polished and sculptured wood, which in no way was wanting in elegance. Around the main body of the building were arranged the dwellings of the officers of the palace, either foreigners or Romans, and those of the chiefs of companies, who, according to Germanic custom, had placed themselves and their warriors under the king, that is to say, under a special engagement of vassalage and fidelity. Other houses of less imposing appearance were occupied by a great number of families who worked at all sorts of trades, such as jewellery, the making of arms, weaving, currying, the embroidering of silk and gold, cotton, etc. Farm buildings, paddocks, cow houses, sheepfolds, barns, the houses of agriculturists, and the cabins of the serfs, completed the royal village, which perfectly resembled, although on a larger scale, the villages of ancient Germany. There was something, too, in the position of these dwellings which resembled the scenery beyond the Rhine. The greater number of them were on the borders, and some few in the centre of great forests, which have since been partly destroyed, and the remains of which we so much admire. Although historical documents are not very explicit respecting those remote times, it is only sufficient to study carefully a very small portion of the territory, in order to form some idea of the manners and customs of the Franks, for in the royal domain we find the existence of all classes, from the sovereign himself down to the humblest slave. As regards the private life, however, of the different classes in this elementary form of society, we have but approximate and very imperfect notions. It is clear, however, that as early as the beginning of the Merovingian race there was much more luxury and comfort among the upper classes than is generally supposed. All the gold and silver furniture, all the jewels, all the rich stuffs which the Gallo-Romans had amassed in their sumptuous dwellings, had not been destroyed by the barbarians. The Frank kings had appropriated the greater part, and the rest had fallen into the hands of the chiefs of companies in the division of spoil. A well-known anecdote, namely that concerning the vase of Soissons, which King Clovis wished to preserve, and which a soldier broke with an axe, proves that many gems of ancient art must have disappeared, owing to the ignorance and brutality of the conquerors, although it is equally certain that the latter soon adopted the tastes and customs of the native population. At first they appropriated everything that flattered their pride and sensuality. This is how the material remains of the civilisation of the Gauls were preserved in the royal and noble residences, the churches, and the monasteries. Gregory of Tours informs us that when Fredegonda, wife of Chilperic, gave the hand of her daughter Rigoutha to the son of the Gothic king, 50 chariots were required to carry away all the valuable objects which composed the princess's dower. A strange family scene, related by the same historian, gives us an idea of the private habits of the court of that terrible queen of the Franks. The mother and daughter had frequent quarrels, which sometimes ended in the most violent encounters. Fredegonda said one day to Rigoutha, "Why do you continually trouble me? Here are the goods of your father, take them, and do as you like with them." And conducting her to a room where she locked up her treasures, she opened a large box filled with valuables. After having pulled out a great number of jewels which she gave to her daughter, she said, "I am tired. Put your own hands in the box and take what you find." Rigoutha bent down to reach the objects placed at the bottom of the box, upon which Fredegonda immediately lowered the lid on her daughter and pressed upon it with so much force that the eyes began to start out of the princess's head. A maid began screaming, "Help! My mistress is being murdered by her mother!" and Rigoutha was saved from an untimely end. It is further related that this was only one of the minor crimes attributed by history to Fredegonda the Terrible, who always carried a dagger or poison about with her. Amongst the Franks, as amongst all barbaric populations, hunting was the pastime preferred when war was not being waged. The Merovingian nobles were therefore determined hunters, and it frequently happened that hunting occupied whole weeks, and took them far from their homes and families. But when the season or other circumstances prevented them from waging war against men or beasts, they only cared for feasting and gambling. To these occasions they gave themselves up with a determination and wildness well worthy of those semi-civilised times. It was the custom for invited guests to appear armed at the feasts, which were the more frequent inasmuch as they were necessarily accompanied with religious ceremonies. It often happened that these long repasts, followed by games of chance, were stained with blood, either in private quarrels or in a general mêlée. One can easily imagine the tumult which must have arisen in a numerous assembly when the hot wine and other fermented drinks, such as beer, &c., had excited every one to the highest pitch of unchecked merriment. Some of the Merovingian kings listened to the advice of the ministers of the Catholic religion, and tried to reform these noisy excesses, and themselves abandoned the evil custom. For this purpose they received at their tables bishops, who blessed the assembly at the commencement of the meal, and were charged besides to recite chapters of Holy Writ, or to sing hymns out of the divine service, so as to edify and occupy the minds of the guests. Gregory of Tours bears witness to the happy influence of the presence of bishops at the tables of the Frank kings and nobles. He relates, too, that Chilperic, who was very proud of his theological and secular knowledge, liked, when dining, to discuss, or rather to pronounce authoritatively, his opinion on questions of grammar before his companions in arms, who, for the most part, neither knew how to read nor write. He even went as far as to order 3 ancient Greek letters to be added to the Latin alphabet. The private properties of the Frank kings were immense, and produced enormous revenues. These monarchs had palaces in almost all the large towns. At Bourges, Chalon-sur-Saône, Chalon-sur-Marne, Dijon, Étampes, Metz, Langres, Mayence, Reims, Soissons, Tours, Toulouse, Trèves, Valenciennes, Worms, &c. In Paris they occupied the vast residence now known as the Thermes de Julien, Hôtel de Cluny, which then extended from the hill of St. Geneviève as far as the Seine, but they frequently left it for their numerous villas in the neighbourhood, on which occasions they were always accompanied by their treasury. All these residences were built on the same plan. High walls surrounded the palace. The Roman atrium, preserved under the name of proaulium (antecourt), was placed in front of the salutorium (hall of reception), where visitors were received. The consistorium, or great circular hall surrounded with seats, served for legislation, councils, public assemblies, and other solemnities, at which the kings displayed their royal pomp. The tricorium, or dining room, was generally the largest hall in the palace. 2 rows of columns divided it into 3 parts, one for the royal family, one for the officers of the household, and the third for the guests, who were always very numerous. No person of rank visiting the king could leave without sitting at his table, or at least draining a cup to his health. The king's hospitality was magnificent, especially on great religious festivals such as Christmas and Easter. The royal apartments were divided into winter and summer rooms. In order to regulate the temperature, hot and cold water was used according to the season. This circulated in the pipes of the hypocaust, or the subterranean furnace which warmed the baths. The rooms with chimneys were called epicaustoria (stoves), and it was the custom hermetically to close these when any one wished to be anointed with ointments and aromatic essences. In the same manner as the Gallo-Roman houses, the palaces of the Frank kings and principal nobles of ecclesiastical or military order had thermes, or bathrooms. To the thermes were attached a columbum, or wash-house, a gymnasium for bodily exercise, and a hippodrome, or covered gallery for exercise, which must not be confounded with the hippodrome, a circus where horse races took place. Sometimes after the repast, in the interval between 2 games of dice, the nobles listened to a bard, who sang the brilliant deeds of their ancestors in their native tongue. Under the government of Charlemagne, the private life of his subjects seems to have been less rough and coarse, although they did not entirely give up their turbulent pleasures. Science and letters, for a long time buried in monasteries, reappeared like beautiful exiles at the imperial court, and social life thereby gained a little charm and softness. Charlemagne had created in his palace, under the direction of Alcuin, a sort of academy called the School of the Palace, which followed him everywhere. The intellectual exercises of this school generally brought together all the members of the imperial family, as well as all the persons of the household. Charlemagne, in fact, was himself one of the most attentive followers of the lessons given by Alcuin. He was indeed the principal interlocutor and discourser at the discussions, which were on all subjects religious, literary, and philosophical. Charlemagne took as much pains with the administration of his palace as he did with that of his states. In his Capitulaire, a work he wrote on legislature, we find him descending to the minutest details in that respect. For instance, he not only interested himself in his warlike and hunting equipages, but also in his kitchen and pleasure gardens. He insisted upon knowing every year the number of his oxen, horses, and goats. He calculated the produce of the sale of fruits gathered in his orchards, which were not required for the use of his house. He had a return on the number of fish caught in his ponds. He pointed out the shrubs best calculated for ornamenting his garden, and the vegetables which were required for his table, &c. The Emperor generally assumed the greatest simplicity in his dress. His daily attire consisted of a linen shirt and drawers, and a woollen tunic fastened with a silk belt. Over this tunic he threw a cloak of blue stuff, very long behind and before, but very short on each side, thus giving freedom to his arms to use his sword, which he always wore. On his feet he wore bands of stuffs of various colours, crossed over one another and covering his legs also. In winter, when he travelled or hunted on horseback, he threw over his shoulders a covering of otter or sheepskin. The changes in fashion which the custom of the times necessitated, but to which he would never submit personally, induced him to issue several strenuous orders, which, however, in reality had hardly any effect. He was most simple in regard to his food and drink, and made a habit of having pious or historical works read to him during his repasts. He devoted the morning, which with him began in summer at sunrise, and in winter earlier, to the political administration of his empire. He dined at 12 with his family. The dukes and chiefs of various nations first waited on him, and then took their places at the table, and were waited on in their turn by the counts, prefects, and superior officers of the court who dined after them. When these had finished, the different chiefs of the household sat down, and they were succeeded lastly by the servants of the lower order, who often did not dine till midnight, and had to content themselves with what was left. When occasion required, however, this powerful emperor knew how to maintain the pomp and dignity of his station; but as soon as he had done what was necessary, either for some great religious festival or otherwise, he returned as if by instinct to his dear and native simplicity. It must be understood that the simple tastes of Charlemagne were not always shared by the princes and princesses of his family, nor by the magnates of his court. Poets and historians have handed down to us descriptions of hunts, feasts, and ceremonies at which a truly Asiatic splendour was displayed. Eginhard, however, assures us that the sons and daughters of the King were brought up under their father's eye in liberal studios; that, to save them from the vice of idleness, Charlemagne required his sons to devote themselves to all bodily exercises, such as horsemanship, handling of arms, &c., and his daughters to do needlework and to spin. From what is recorded, however, of the frivolous habits and irregular morals of these princesses, it is evident that they but imperfectly realised the end of their education. Science and letters, which for a time were brought into prominence by Charlemagne and also by his son Louis, who was very learned and was considered skilful in translating and expounding Scripture, were, however, after the death of these two kings, for a long time banished to the seclusion of the cloisters, owing to the hostile rivalry of their successors, which favoured the attacks of the Norman pirates. All the monuments and relics of the Gallo-Roman civilisation which the great Emperor had collected disappeared in the civil wars, or were gradually destroyed by the devastations of the Northerners. The vast empire which Charlemagne had formed became gradually split up, so that from a dread of social destruction, in order to protect churches and monasteries, as well as castles and homesteads, from the attacks of internal as well as foreign enemies, towers and impregnable fortresses began to rise in all parts of Europe, and particularly in France. During the first period of feudalism, that is to say from the middle of the 9th to the middle of the 12th centuries, the inhabitants of castles had little time to devote to the pleasures of private life. They had not only to be continually under arms for the endless quarrels of the king and the great chiefs, but they had also to oppose the Normans on the one side and the Saracens on the other, who, being masters of the Spanish peninsula, spread like the rising tide in the southern counties of Languedoc and Provence. It is true that the Carlovingian warriors obtained a handsome and rich reward for these long and sanguinary efforts, for at last they seized upon the provinces and districts which had originally been entrusted to their charge, and the origin of their feudal possession was soon so far forgotten that their descendants pretended that they had held the lands, which they had really usurped, regardless of their oath, from heaven and their swords. It is needless to say that at the time the domestic life in these castles must have been dull and monotonous, although, according to M. Guizot, the loneliness which was the result of this rough and laborious life became by degrees the pioneer of civilisation. When the owner of the fief left his castle, His wife remained there, though in a totally different position from that which women generally held. She remained as mistress representing her husband, and was charged with the defence and honour of the fief. This high and exalted position, in the centre of domestic life, often gave to women an opportunity of displaying dignity, courage, virtue, and intelligence, which would otherwise have remained hidden, and no doubt contributed greatly to their moral development and to the general improvement of their condition. The importance of children, and particularly of the eldest son, was greater in feudal houses than elsewhere. The eldest son of the noble was, in the eyes of his father and of all his followers, a prince and heir presumptive, and the hope and glory of the dynasty. These feelings, and the domestic pride and affection of the various members one to another, united to give families much energy and power. Add to this the influence of Christian ideas, and it will be understood how this lonely, dull, and hard castle life was nevertheless favourable to the development of domestic society, and to that improvement in the condition of women which plays such a great part in the history of our civilisation. Whatever opinion may be formed of chivalry, it is impossible to deny the influence which this institution exercised on private life in the Middle Ages. It considerably modified custom by bringing the stronger sex to respect and defend the weaker. These warriors, who were both simple and externally rough and coarse, required association and intercourse with women to soften them. In taking women and helpless widows under their protection, they were necessarily more and more thrown in contact with them. A deep feeling of veneration for women, inspired by Christianity, and above all by the worship of the Virgin Mary, ran throughout the songs of the troubadours, and produced a sort of sentimental reverence for the gentle sex, which culminated in the authority which women had in the courts of love. End of Section 5. Recording by Donna Stewart, Seattle, Washington. Section 6 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donna Stewart. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance Period, by Paul Lacroix, Section 6. We have now reached the reign of Philip Augustus, that is to say, the end of the 12th century. This epoch is remarkable not only for its political history, but also for its effect on civilization. Christianity had then considerably influenced the world. Arts, sciences, and letters, animated by its influence, again began to appear and to add charms to the leisure of private life. The castles were naturally the first to be affected by this poetical and intellectual regeneration, although it has been too much the custom to exaggerate the ignorance of those who inhabited them. We are too apt to consider the warriors of the Middle Ages as totally devoid of knowledge, and as hardly able to sign their names as far as the kings and princes are concerned. This is quite an error, for many of the knights composed poems which exhibit evidence of their high literary culture. It was, in fact, the epoch of troubadours, who might be called professional poets and actors, who went from country to country and from castle to castle, relating stories of good King Artus of Brittany and of the Knights of the Round Table, repeating historical poems of the great Emperor Charlemagne and his followers. These minstrels were always accompanied by jugglers and instrumentalists, who formed a travelling troupe, having no other mission than to amuse and instruct their feudal hosts. After singing a few fragments of epics, or after the lively recital of some ancient fable, the jugglers would display their art or skill in gymnastic feats or conjuring, which were the more appreciated by the spectators, in that the latter were more or less able to compete with them. These wandering troupes acted small comedies taken from incidents of the times. Sometimes, too, the instrumentalists formed an orchestra, and dancing commenced. It may be here remarked that dancing at this epoch consisted of a number of persons forming large circles and turning to the time of the music or the rhythm of the song. At least the dances of the nobles are thus represented in the manuscripts of the Middle Ages. To these amusements were added games of calculation and chance, the fashion for which had much increased, and particularly such games as backgammon, draughts, and chess, to which certain knights devoted all their leisure. From the reign of Philip Augustus, a remarkable change seems to have taken place in the private life of kings, princes, and nobles. Although his domains and revenues had always been on the increase, this monarch never displayed, in ordinary circumstances at least, much magnificence. The accounts of his private expenses for the years 1202 and 1203 have been preserved, which enable us to discover some curious details bearing witness to the extreme simplicity of the court at that period. The household of the king or royal family was still very small. One chancellor, one chaplain, a squire, a butler, a few knights of the Temple, and some sergeants at arms were the only officers of the palace. The king and princes of his household only changed apparel 3 times during the year. The children of the king slept in sheets of serge, and their nurses were dressed in gowns of dark-coloured woollen stuff called brunette. The royal cloak, which was of scarlet, was jewelled, but the king only wore it on great ceremonies. At the same time enormous expenses were incurred for implements of war, arrows, helmets with visors, chariots, and for the men-at-arms, whom the king kept in his pay. Louis IX. Personally kept up almost similar habits. The Sire de Joinville tells us in his chronicles that the Holy King, on his return from his first crusade, in order to repair the damage done to his treasury by the failure of this expedition, would no longer wear costly furs nor robes of scarlet, and contented himself with common stuffs trimmed with hareskin. He nevertheless did not diminish the officers of his household, which had already become numerous; and being no doubt convinced that royalty required magnificence, he surrounded himself with as much pomp as the times permitted. Under the 2 Philips, his successors, this magnificence increased and descended to the great vassals, who were soon imitated by the knights bannerets. There seemed to be a danger of luxury becoming so great and so general in all classes of feudal society, that in 1294 an order of the king was issued regulating in the minutest details the expenses of each person according to his rank in the state or the fortune which he could prove. But this law had the fate of all such enactments, and was either easily evaded or was only partially enforced, and that with great difficulty. Another futile attempt to put it in practice was made in 1306, when the splendour of dress, of equipages, and of table had become still greater and more ruinous, and had descended progressively to the bourgeois and merchants. It must be stated in praise of Philip le Bel that, notwithstanding the failure of his attempts to arrest the progress of luxury, he was not satisfied with making laws against the extravagances of his subjects, for we find that he studied a strict economy in his own household, which recalled the austere times of Philip Augustus. Thus, in the curious regulations relating to the domestic arrangements of the palace, the Queen, Jeanne de Navarre, was allowed only 2 ladies and 3 maids of honour in her suite, and she is said to have had only 2 4-horse carriages, one for herself and the other for these ladies. In another place these regulations require that a butler specially appointed should buy all the cloth and furs for the king, take charge of the key of the cupboards where these are kept, know the quantity given to the tailors to make clothes, and check the accounts when the tailors send in their claims for the price of their work. After the death of the pious Jeanne de Navarre, to whom perhaps we must attribute the wise measures of her husband Philip le Bel, the expenses of the royal household materially increased, especially on the occasions of the marriages of the 3 sons of the king from 1305 to 1307. Gold, diamonds, pearls, and precious stones were employed profusely, both for the king's garments and for those of the members of the royal family. The accounts of 1307 mention considerable sums paid for carpets, counterpanes, robes, worked linen, &c. A chariot of state, ornamented and covered with paintings, and gilded like the back of an altar, is also mentioned, and must have been a great change to the heavy vehicles used for travelling in those days. Down to the reign of Saint Louis, the furniture of castles had preserved a character of primitive simplicity, which did not, however, lack grandeur. The stone remained uncovered in most of the halls, or else it was whitened with mortar and ornamented with moulded roses and leaves coloured in distemper. Against the wall, and also against the pillars supporting the arches, arms and armour of all sorts were hung, arranged in suits and interspersed with banners and pennants or emblazoned standards. In the great middle hall or dining room there was a long massive oak table, with benches and stools of the same wood. At the end of this table there was a large arm-chair, overhung with a canopy of golden or silken stuff, which was occupied by the owner of the castle, and only relinquished by him in favour of his superior or sovereign. Often the walls of the hall of state were hung with tapestry, representing groves of cattle, heroes of ancient history, or events in the romance of chivalry. The floor was generally paved with hard stone or covered with enamelled tiles. It was carefully strewn with scented herbs in summer and straw in winter. Philip Augustus ordered that the Hôtel Dieu of Paris should receive the herbs and straw which was daily removed from the floors of his palace. It was only very much later that this troublesome system was replaced by mats and carpets. The bedrooms were generally at the top of the towers, and had little else by way of furniture besides a very large bed, with or without curtains, a box in which clothes were kept, and which also served as a seat, and a prie-dieu chair, which sometimes contained prayer or other books of devotion. These lofty rooms, whose thick walls kept out the heat in summer and the cold in winter, were only lighted by a small window or loophole, closed with a square of oiled paper or of thin horn. A great change took place in the abodes of the nobility in the 14th and 15th centuries. We find, for instance, in Sauval's History and Researches of the Antiquities of the City of Paris, that the abodes of the kings of the first dynasty had been transformed into palaces of justice by Philip le Bel. The same author also gives us a vivid description of the Château du Louvre and the Hôtel St. Paul, which the kings inhabited when their court was in the capital. But even without examining into all the royal abodes, it will suffice to give an account of the Hôtel de Bohème, which, after having been the home of the Sire de Nesle, of Queen Blanche of Castile, and other great persons, was given by Charles VI. In 1388 to his brother, the famous Duke Louis of Orleans. "I shall not attempt," says Sauval, "to speak of the cellars and wine cellars, the bakehouses, the fruiteries, the salt stores, the fur rooms, the porters' lodges, the stores, the guard rooms, the wood yard, or the glass stores; nor of the servants, nor of the place where Hippocras was made. Neither shall I describe the tapestry room, the linen room, nor the laundry; nor, indeed, any of the various conveniences which were then to be found in the yards of that palace, as well as in the other abodes of the princes and nobles. I shall simply remark that amongst the many suites of rooms which composed it, 2 occupied the first 2 stories of the main building. The first was raised some few steps above the ground floor of the court, and was occupied by Valentine de Milan, and her husband Louis of Orleans generally occupied the second. Each of these suites of rooms consisted of a great hall, a chamber of state, a large chamber, a wardrobe, some closets, and a chapel. The windows of the halls were 13½ feet high by 4½ wide. The state chambers were 8 toises, that is, about 50 feet and a half long. The Duke and Duchess's chambers were 6 toises by 3, that is, about 36 feet by 18. The others were 7 toises and a half square, all lighted by long and narrow windows of wire work with trellis work of iron. The wainscots and the ceilings were made of Irish wood, the same as at the Louvre. In this palace there was a room used by the Duke, hung with cloth of gold, bordered with vermilion velvet embroidered with roses. The Duchess had a room hung with vermilion satin embroidered with crossbows, which were on her coat of arms. That of the Duke of Burgundy was hung with cloth of gold embroidered with windmills. There were besides 8 carpets of glossy texture with gold flowers, one representing the 7 virtues and the 7 vices, another the history of Charlemagne, another that of Saint Louis. There were also cushions of cloth of gold, 24 pieces of vermilion leather of Aragon, and 4 carpets of Aragon leather, to be placed on the floor of rooms in summer. The favourite armchair of the princess is thus described in an inventory: "A chamber chair with 4 supports, painted in fine vermilion, the seat and arms of which are covered with vermilion morocco or cordovan, worked and stamped with designs representing the sun, birds, and other devices, bordered with fringes of silk and studded with nails." Among the ornamental furniture were "a large vase of massive silver for holding sugar plums or sweetmeats, shaped like a square table, supported by 4 satyrs, also of silver; a fine wooden casket covered with vermilion cordovan, nailed and bordered with a narrow gilt band, shutting with a key." In the daily life of Louis of Orleans and his wife, everything corresponded with the luxury of their house. Thus, for the amusement of their children, 2 little books of pictures were made, illuminated with gold, azure, and vermilion, and covered with vermilion leather of Cordova, which cost 60 sols parisis, i.e. 400 francs. But it was in the custom of New Year's gifts that the Duke and Duchess displayed the true royal magnificence, as we find described in the accounts of their expenses. For instance, in 1388 they paid 400 francs of gold for sheets of silk to give to those who received the New Year's gifts from the King and Queen. In 1402, 100 pounds tournois was given to Jehan Tallien, goldsmith, for 6 silver cups presented to Jacques de Poschin, the Duke's squire. To the Sire de la Trémouille, Valentine gives a cup and basin of gold. To Queen Isabella, a golden image of St. John surrounded with 9 rubies, 1 sapphire, and 21 pearls. To Mademoiselle de Luxembourg, another small golden sacred image surrounded with pearls. And lastly, in an account of 1394, headed "Portion of gold and silver jewels bought by Madame la Duchesse d'Orléans as a New Year's gift," we find a clasp of gold studded with 1 large ruby and 6 large pearls, given to the King; 3 paternosters for the King's daughters, and 2 large diamonds for the Dukes of Burgundy and Berry. Such were the habits in private life of the royal princes under Charles VI. And it can easily be shown that the example of royalty was followed not only by the court, but also in the remotest provinces. The great tenants or vassals of the crown each possessed several splendid mansions in their fiefs. The Dukes of Burgundy at Souvigny, at Moulins, and at Bourbon-l'Archambault; the Counts of Champagne at Troyes; the Dukes of Burgundy at Dijon; and all the smaller nobles made a point of imitating their superiors. From the 15th to the 16th centuries the provinces which now compose France were studded with castles, which were as remarkable for their interior architecture as for the richness of their furniture; and it may be asserted that the luxury which was displayed in the dwellings of the nobility was the evidence, if not the result, of a great social revolution in the manners and customs of private life. At the end of the 14th century there lived a much respected noble of Anjou, named Geoffrey de la Tour-Landry, who had 3 daughters. In his old age he resolved that, considering the dangers which might surround them in consequence of their inexperience and beauty, he would compose for their use a code of admonitions which might guide them in the various circumstances of life. This book of domestic maxims is most curious and instructive, from the details which it contains respecting the manners and customs, mode of conduct, and fashions of the nobility of the period. The author mostly illustrates each of his precepts by examples from the life of contemporary personages. The first advice the knight gives his daughters is to begin the day with prayer, and in order to give greater weight to his counsel, he relates the following anecdote. A noble had 2 daughters. The one was pious, always saying her prayers with devotion, and regularly attending the services of the church. She married an honest man, and was most happy. The other, on the contrary, was satisfied with hearing low mass, and hurrying once or twice through the Lord's Prayer, after which she went off to indulge herself with sweetmeats. She complained of headaches, and required careful diet. She married a most excellent knight, but one evening, taking advantage of her husband being asleep, she shut herself up in one of the rooms of the palace, and, in company with the people of the household, began eating and drinking in the most riotous and excessive manner. The knight awoke, and, surprised not to find his wife by his side, got up, and, armed with a stick, betook himself to the scene of festivity. He struck one of the domestics with such force that he broke his stick in pieces, and one of the fragments flew into the lady's eye and put it out. This caused her husband to take a dislike to her, and he soon placed his affections elsewhere. "My pretty daughters," the moralizing parent proceeds, "be courteous and meek, for nothing is more beautiful, nothing so secures the favour of God and the love of others. Be then courteous to great and small, speak gently with them. I have seen a great lady take off her cap and bow to a simple ironmonger. One of her followers seemed astonished. 'I prefer,' she said, 'to have been too courteous toward that man than to have been guilty of the least incivility to a knight.'" La Tour Landry also advised his daughters to avoid outrageous fashions in dress. "Do not be hasty in copying the dress of foreign women. I will relate a story on this subject respecting a bourgeoise of Guyenne and the Sire de Beaumanoir. The lady said to him, 'Cousin, I come from Brittany, where I saw my fine cousin your wife, who was not so well dressed as the ladies of Guyenne and many other places. The borders of her dress and of her bonnet are not in fashion.' The sire answered, 'Since you find fault with the dress and cap of my wife, and as they do not suit you, I shall take care in future that they are changed, but I shall be careful not to choose them similar to yours. Understand, madam, that I wish her to be dressed according to the fashion of the good ladies of France and of this country, and not like those of England. It was these last who first introduced into Brittany the large borders, the bodices opened on the hips, and the hanging sleeves. I remember the time, and saw it myself, and I have little respect for women who adopt these fashions." Respecting the high headdresses which cause women to resemble stags who are obliged to lower their heads to enter a wood, the knight relates what took place in 1392 at the fête of Sainte Marguerite. "There was a young and pretty woman there, quite differently dressed from the others. Everyone stared at her as if she had been a wild beast. One respectable lady approached her and said, 'My friend, what do you call that fashion?' She answered, 'It is called the gibbet dress.' 'Indeed, but that is not a fine name,' answered the old lady. Very soon the name of gibbet dress got known all around the room, and everyone laughed at the foolish creature who was thus bedecked. This headdress did in fact owe its name to its summit, which resembled a gibbet. These extracts from the work of this honest knight suffice to prove that the customs of French society had, as early as the end of the 14th century, taken a decided character which was to remain subject only to modifications introduced at various historical periods. Amongst the customs which contributed most to the softening and elegance of the feudal class, we must cite that of sending into the service of the sovereign for some years all the youths of both sexes under the names of varlets, pages, squires, and maids of honour. No noble of whatever wealth or power ever thought of depriving his family of this apprenticeship and its accompanying chivalric education. Up to the end of the 12th century, the number of domestic officers attached to a castle was very limited. We have seen, for instance, that Philip Augustus contented himself with a few servants, and his queen with 2 or 3 maids of honour. Under Louis IX., this household was much increased, and under Philip le Bel and his sons, the royal household had become so considerable as to constitute quite a large assemblage of young men and women. Under Charles VI., the household of Queen Isabella of Bavaria alone amounted to 45 persons, without counting the almoner, the chaplains, and clerks of the chapel, who must have been very numerous, since the sums paid to them amounted to the large amount of 460 francs of gold per annum. Under Charles VIII., Louis XII., and Francis I., the service of the young nobility, which was called apprenticeship of honour or virtue, had taken a much wider range. For the first families of the French nobility were most eager to get their children admitted into the royal household, either to attend on the king or queen, or, at any rate, on one of the princes of the royal blood. Anne of Brittany particularly gave special attention to her female attendants. She was the first, says Brantôme in his work on Illustrious Women, who began to form the great court of ladies which has descended to our days, for she had a considerable retinue both of adult ladies and young girls. She never refused to receive any one. On the contrary, she inquired of the gentlemen of the court if they had any daughters, ascertained who they were, and asked for them. It was thus that the Admiral de Gravel confided to the good Queen the education of his daughter Anne, who, at this school of the court of ladies, became one of the most distinguished women of her day. The same queen, as Duchess of Brittany, created a company of 100 Breton gentlemen, who accompanied her everywhere. They never failed, says the author of Illustrious Women, when she went to mass or took a walk, to await her return on the little terrace of Blois, which is still called Perche aux Bretons. She gave it this name herself, for when she saw them, she said, "These are my Bretons on the perch waiting for me." We must not forget that this queen, who became successively the wife of Charles VIII. And of Louis XII., had taken care to establish a strict discipline amongst the young men and women who composed her court. She rightly considered herself the guardian of the honour of the former and of the virtue of the latter. Therefore, as long as she lived, her court was renowned for purity and politeness, noble and refined gallantry, and was never allowed to degenerate into imprudent amusements or licentious and culpable intrigues. Unfortunately, the moral influence of this worthy princess died with her. Although the court of France continued to gather around it almost every sort of elegance, and although it continued during the whole of the 16th century the most polished of European courts, notwithstanding the great external and civil wars, yet it afforded at the same time a sad example of laxity of morals, which had a most baneful influence on public habits, so much so that vice and corruption descended from class to class, and contaminated all orders of society. If we wished to make investigations into the private life of the lower orders of those times, we should not succeed as we have been able to do with that of the upper classes, for we have scarcely any data to throw light upon their sad and obscure history. Bourgeois and peasants were, as we have already shown, long included together with the miserable class of serfs, a herd of human beings without individuality, without significance, who from their birth to their death, whether isolated or collectively, were the property of their masters. What must have been the private life of this degraded multitude, bowed down under the most tyrannical and humiliating dependence, we can scarcely imagine. It was, in fact, but a purely material existence, which has left scarcely any trace in history. End of Section 6. Recording by Donna Stewart, Seattle, Washington. Section 7 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donna Stewart. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period, by Paul Lacroix, Section 7. Many centuries elapsed before the dawn of liberty could penetrate the social strata of this multitude, thus oppressed and denuded of all power of action. The development was slow, painful, and dearly bought, but at last it took place. First of all, towns sprang up, and with them, or rather by their influence, the inhabitants became possessed of social life. The agricultural population took its social position many generations later. As we have already seen, the great movement for the creation of communes and bourgeoisies only dates from the unsettled period ranging from the 11th to the 13th centuries, and simultaneously we see the bourgeois appear, already rich and luxurious, parading on all occasions their personal opulence. Their private life could only be an imitation of that in the châteaux. By degrees, as wealth strengthened and improved their condition and rendered them independent, we find them trying to procure luxuries equal or analogous to those enjoyed by the upper classes, and which appear to them the height of material happiness. In all times the small have imitated the great. It was in vain that the great obstinately threatened, by the exercise of their prerogatives, to try and crush this tendency to equality which alarmed them, by issuing pecuniary edicts, summary laws, coercive regulations, and penal ordinances. By the force of circumstances, the arbitrary restrictions which the nobility laid upon the lower classes gradually disappeared, and the power of wealth displayed itself in spite of all their efforts to suppress it. In fact, occasions were not wanting in which the bourgeois class was able to refute the charge of unworthiness with which the nobles sought to stamp it. When taking a place in the council of the king, or employed in the administration of the provinces, many of its members distinguished themselves by firmness and wisdom. When called upon to assist in the national defence, they gave their blood and their gold with noble self-denial. And lastly, they did not fail to prove themselves possessed of those high and delicate sentiments of which the nobility alone claimed the hereditary possession. The bourgeois, says Arnaud de Marveil, one of the most famous troubadours of the 13th century, have divers sorts of merits. Some distinguish themselves by deeds of honour, others are by nature noble and behave accordingly. There are others thoroughly brave, courteous, frank, and jovial, who, although poor, find means to please by graceful speech, frequenting courts, and making themselves agreeable there. These, well versed in courtesy and politeness, appear in noble attire, and figure conspicuously at the tournaments and military games, proving themselves good judges and good company. Down to the 13th century, however rich their fathers or husbands might be, the women of the bourgeoisie were not permitted, without incurring a fine, to use the ornaments and stuffs exclusively reserved for the nobility. During the reigns of Philip Augustus and Louis IX., although these arbitrary laws were not positively abolished, a heavy blow was inflicted on them by the marks of confidence, esteem, and honour which these monarchs found pleasure in bestowing on the bourgeoisie. We find the first of these kings, when on the point of starting for a crusade, choosing 6 from amongst the principal members of the Parloir aux Bourgeois. It was thus that the first Hôtel de Ville, situated in the corner of the Place de la Grève, was named, to be attached to the Council of Regency, to whom he especially confided his will and the royal treasure. His grandson made a point of following his grandsire's example, and Louis IX. Showed the same appreciation for the new element which the Parisian bourgeoisie was about to establish in political life, by making the bourgeois Étienne Boileau one of his principal ministers of police, and the bourgeois Jean Sarrazin, his chamberlain. Under these circumstances, the whole bourgeoisie gloried in the marks of distinction conferred upon their representatives, and during the following reign, the ladies of this class, proud of their immense fortunes, but above all proud of the municipal powers held by their families, bedecked themselves, regardless of expense, with costly furs and rich stuffs, notwithstanding that they were forbidden by law to do so. Then came an outcry on the part of the nobles, and we read as follows in an edict of Philip le Bel, who inclined less to the bourgeoisie than to the nobles, and who did not spare the former in matters of taxation. No bourgeois shall have a chariot, nor wear gold, precious stones, or crowns of gold or silver. Bourgeois, not being either prelates or dignitaries of state, shall not have tapers of wax. A bourgeois possessing 2,000 pounds tournois or more may order for himself a dress of 12 sous 6 deniers, and one for his wife worth 16 sous at the most. The sou, which was but nominal money, may be reckoned as representing 20 francs, and the denier 1 franc, but allowance must be made for the enormous difference in the value of silver, which would make 20 francs in the 13th century represent upwards of 200 francs of our present currency. But these regulations as to the mode of living were so little or so carelessly observed, that all the successors of Philip le Bel thought it necessary to re-enact them, and indeed Charles VII., 1 century later, was obliged to censure the excess of luxury in dress by an edict which was, however, no better enforced than the rest. It has been shown to the said lord, the King, Charles VII., that of all nations of the habitable globe there are none so changeable, outrageous, and excessive in their manner of dress as the French nation, and there is no possibility of discovering by their dress the state or calling of persons, be they princes, nobles, bourgeois, or working men, because all are allowed to dress as they think proper, whether in gold or silver, silk or wool, without any regard to their calling. At the end of the 13th century, a rich merchant of Valenciennes went to the court of the King of France wearing a cloak of furs covered with gold and pearls. Seeing that no one offered him a cushion, he proudly sat on his cloak. On leaving, he did not attempt to take up the cloak, and on a servant calling his attention to the fact, he remarked, "It is not the custom in my country for people to carry away their cushions with them." Respecting a journey made by Philip le Bel and his wife Jeanne de Navarre to the towns of Bruges and Ghent, the historian Jean Meyer relates that Jeanne, on seeing the costly array of the bourgeois of those two rich cities, exclaimed, "I thought I was the only queen here, but I see more than 600." In spite of the laws, the Parisian bourgeoisie soon rivalled the Flemish in the brilliancy of their dress. Thus, in the second half of the 14th century, the famous Christine de Pisan relates that, having gone to visit the wife of a merchant during her confinement, it was not without some amazement that she saw the sumptuous furniture of the apartment in which this woman lay in bed. The walls were hung with precious tapestry of Cyprus, on which the initials and motto of the lady were embroidered. The sheets were of fine linen of Rheims, and had cost more than 300 pounds. The quilt was a new invention of silk and silver tissue. The carpet was like gold. The lady wore an elegant dress of crimson silk, and rested her head and arms on pillows ornamented with buttons of oriental pearls. It should be remarked that this lady was not the wife of a large merchant, such as those of Venice and Genoa, but of a simple retail dealer, who was not above selling articles for 4 sous. Such being the case, we need not be surprised that Christine should have considered the anecdote worthy of being immortalized in a book. It must not, however, be assumed that the sole aim of the bourgeoisie was that of making a haughty and pompous display. This is refuted by the testimony of the Ménagier de Paris, a curious anonymous work, the author of which must have been an educated and enlightened bourgeois. The Ménagier, which was first published by the Baron Jérôme Pichon, is a collection of counsels addressed by a husband to his young wife as to her conduct in society, in the world, and in the management of her household. The first part is devoted to developing the mind of the young housewife, and the second relates to the arrangements necessary for the welfare of her house. It must be remembered that the comparatively trifling duties relating to the comforts of private life which devolved on the wife were not so numerous in those days as they are now, but on the other hand they required an amount of practical knowledge on the part of the housewife which she can nowadays dispense with. Under this head the Ménagier is full of information. After having spoken of the prayers which a Christian woman should say morning and evening, the author discusses the great question of dress, which has ever been of supreme importance in the eyes of the female sex. "Know, dear sister," the friendly name he gives his young wife, "that in the choice of your apparel you must always consider the rank of your parents and mine, and also the state of my fortune. Be respectably dressed without devoting too much study to it, without too much plunging into new fashions. Before leaving your room, see that the collar of your gown be well adjusted, and is not put on crooked." Then he dilates on the characters of women, which are too often wilful and unmanageable. On this point, for he is not less profuse in examples than the Chevalier de la Tour Landry, he relates an amusing anecdote worthy of being repeated and remembered. I have heard the bailiff of Tournay relate that he found himself several times at table with men long married, and that he had wagered with them the price of a dinner under the following conditions. The company was to visit the abode of each of the husbands successively, and any one who had a wife obedient enough immediately, without contradicting or making any remark, to consent to count up to 4, should win the bet. But, on the other hand, those whose wives showed temper, laughed, or refused to obey, would lose. Under these conditions the company gaily adjourned to the abode of Robin, whose wife, called Marie, had a high opinion of herself. The husband said before all, "Marie, repeat after me what I shall say." "Willingly, sire." "Marie, say 1, 2, 3." But by this time Marie was out of patience, and said, "And 7 and 12 and 14. Why are you making a fool of me?" So that husband lost his wager. The company next went to the house of Maître Jean, whose wife Agnes Ska well knew how to play the lady. Jean said, "Repeat after me 1." "And 2," answered Agnes Ska disdainfully, so he lost his wager. Tassin then tried, and said to Dame Tassin, "Count 1." "Go upstairs," she answered, "if you want to teach counting. I'm not a child." Another said, "Go away with you, you must have lost your senses," or similar words, which made the husbands lose their wagers. Those, on the contrary, who had well-behaved wives, gained their wager, and went away joyful. This amusing quotation suffices to show that the author of the Ménagier de Paris wished to adopt a jocose style, with a view to enliven the seriousness of the subject he was advocating. The part of his work in which he discusses the administration of the house is not less worthy of attention. One of the most curious chapters of the work is that in which he points out the manner in which the young bourgeoise is to behave towards persons in her service. Rich people in those days, in whatever station of life, were obliged to keep a numerous retinue of servants. It is curious to find that so far back as the period to which we allude, there was in Paris a kind of servants' registry office, where situations were found for servant maids from the country. The bourgeois gave up the entire management of the servants to his wife, but, on account of her extreme youth, the author of the work in question recommends his wife only to engage servants who shall have been chosen by Dame Agnes, the nun whom he had placed with her, as a kind of governess or companion. "Before engaging them," he says, "know whence they come, in what houses they have been, if they have acquaintances in town, and if they are steady. Discover what they are capable of doing, and ascertain that they are not greedy nor inclined to drink. If they come from another country, try to find out why they left it, for generally it is not without some serious reason that a woman decides upon a change of abode. When you have engaged a maid, do not permit her to take the slightest liberty with you, nor allow her to speak disrespectfully to you. If, on the contrary, she be quiet in her demeanour, honest, modest, and shows herself amenable to reproof, treat her as if she were your daughter. Superintend the work to be done, and choose among your servants those qualified for each special department. If you order a thing to be done immediately, do not be satisfied with the following answers: 'It shall be done presently,' or 'to-morrow early.' Otherwise, be sure you will have to repeat your orders." To these severe instructions upon the management of servants, the bourgeois adds a few words respecting their morality. He recommends that they not be permitted to use coarse or indecent language, or to insult one another. Although he is of the opinion that necessary time should be given to servants at their meals, he does not approve of their remaining drinking and taking too long at table, concerning which practice he quotes a proverb in use at the time: "Quand valet prêche à table et cheval paie en guet, il est temps qu'on l'on oste, et c'est y est," which means that when a servant talks at table, and a horse feeds near a watering place, it is time he should be removed. He has been there long enough. The manner in which the author concludes his instruction proves his kindness of heart, as well as his benevolence. "If one of your servants falls sick, it is your duty, setting everything else aside, to see to his being cured." It was thus that a bourgeois of the 15th century expressed himself; and as it is clear that he could only have been inspired to dictate his theoretical teachings by the practical experience which he must have gained for the most part among the middle class to which he belonged, we must conclude that in those days the bourgeoisie possessed considerable knowledge of moral dignity and social propriety. It must be added that by the side of the merchant and working bourgeoisie, who above all owed their greatness to the high functions of the municipality, the parliamentary bourgeoisie had raised itself to power, and that from the 14th century it played a considerable part in the State, holding at several royal courts at different periods, and at last almost hereditarily the highest magisterial positions. The very character of these great offices of president, or of parliamentary council, barristers, &c., proves that the holders must have had no small amount of intellectual culture. In this way a refined taste was created among this class, which the protection of kings, princes, and lords had alone hitherto encouraged. We find, for example, the Grosliers at Lyons, the Détoux and Séguiers in Paris, regardless of their bourgeois origin, becoming judicious and zealous patrons of poets, scholars, and artists. A description of Paris, published in the middle of the 15th century, describes amongst the most splendid residences of the capital the hotels of Juvenal des Ursins, of Bureau de Damartin, of Guillaume Sérin, of Mademoiselle Baillet, of Martin Double, and particularly that of Jacques Douchier, situated in the Rue des Prouvaires, in which were collected at great cost collections of all kinds of arms, musical instruments, rare birds, tapestry, and works of art. In each church in Paris, and there were upwards of 100, the principal chapels were founded by celebrated families of the ancient bourgeoisie, who had left money for one or more masses to be said daily for the repose of the souls of their deceased members. In the burial grounds, and principally in that of the Innocents, the monuments of these families of Parisian bourgeoisie were of the most expensive character, and were inscribed with epitaphs in which the living vainly tried to immortalise the deeds of the deceased. Every one has heard of the celebrated tomb of Nicolas Flamel and Pernelle his wife, the cross of Bureau, the epitaph of Yolande Bailly, who died in 1514 at the age of 88, and who saw, or might have seen, 295 children descended from her. In fact, the religious institutions of Paris afford much curious and interesting information relative to the history of the bourgeoisie. For instance, Jean Allais, who levied a tax of 1 denier on each basket of fish brought to market, and thereby amassed an enormous fortune, left the whole of it at his death for the purpose of erecting a chapel called Saint Agnes, which soon after became the church of Saint Eustace. He further directed that, by way of expiation, his body should be thrown into the sewer which drained the offal from the market, and covered with a large stone. This sewer, up to the end of the last century, was still called Pont Allais. Very often, when citizens made gifts during their lifetime to churches or parishes, the donors reserved to themselves certain privileges which were calculated to cause the motives which had actuated them to be open to criticism. Thus, in 1304, the daughters of Nicolas Araud, formerly provost of the merchants, presented to the church of Saint-Jacques-la-Boucherie the house and grounds which they inhabited, but one of them reserved the right of having a key of the church that she might go in whenever she pleased. Guillaume Hocheuquel, in 1405, bought a similar right for the sum of 18 sols parisis per annum, equal to 25 francs, and Alain and his wife, whose house was close to 2 chapels of the church, undertook not to build so as in any way to shut out the light from one of the chapels, on condition that they might open a small window into the chapel, and so be enabled to hear the service without leaving their room. We thus see that the bourgeoisie, especially of Paris, gradually took a more prominent position in history, and became so grasping after power that it ventured, at a period which does not concern us here, to aspire to every sort of distinction, and to secure an important social standing. What had been the exception during the 16th century became the rule 2 centuries later. End of section 7. Recording by Donna Stewart, Seattle, Washington. Section 8 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donna Stewart. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period, by Paul Lacroix, Section 8. We will now take a glance at the agricultural population, who, as we have already stated, were only emancipated from serfdom at the end of the 18th century. But whatever might have been formerly the civil condition of the rural population, everything leads us to suppose that there were no special changes in their private and domestic means of existence from a comparatively remote period down almost to the present time. A small poem of the 13th century, entitled De Louis Stilmont au Vilain, gives a clear though rough sketch of the domestic state of the peasantry. Strange as it may seem, it must be acknowledged that, with a few exceptions resulting from the progress of time, it would not be difficult, even at the present day, to find the exact type maintained in the country districts farthest away from the capital and large towns. At all events, they were faithfully represented at the time of the Revolution of 1789. We gather from this poem, which must be considered an authentic and most interesting document, that the manse, or dwelling of the villain, comprised 3 distinct buildings. The first for the corn, the second for the hay and straw, the third for the man and his family. In this rustic abode a fire of vine branches and faggots sparkled in a large chimney furnished with an iron pot-hanger, a tripod, a shovel, large fire-irons, a cauldron, and a meat-hook. Next to the fireplace was an oven, and in close proximity to this an enormous bedstead, on which the villain, his wife, his children, and even the stranger who asked for hospitality, could all be easily accommodated. a kneading trough, a table, a bench, a cheese cupboard, a jug, and a few baskets made up the rest of the furniture. The villain also possessed other utensils, such as a ladder, a mortar, a hand mill, for every one then was obliged to grind his own corn, a mallet, some nails, some gimlets, fishing lines, hooks, and baskets, etc. His working implements were a plough, a scythe, a spade, a hoe, large shears, a knife, and a sharpening stone. He also had a waggon, with harness for several horses, so as to be able to accomplish the different tasks required of him under feudal rights, either by his proper lord or by the sovereign. For the villain was liable to be called upon to undertake every kind of work of this sort. His dress consisted of a blouse of cloth or skin fastened by a leather belt round the waist, an overcoat or mantle of thick woollen stuff, which fell from his shoulders to half way down his legs, shoes or large boots, short woollen trousers, and from his belt there hung his wallet and a sheath for his knife. He generally went bareheaded, but in cold weather or in rain he wore a sort of hat of similar stuff to his coat, or one of felt with a broad brim. He seldom wore moufles, or padded gloves, except when engaged in hedging. A small kitchen garden, which he cultivated himself, was usually attached to the cottage, which was guarded by a large watch-dog. There was also a shed for the cows, whose milk contributed to the sustenance of the establishment. And on the thatched roof of this and his cottage the wild cats hunted the rats and mice. The family were never idle, even in the bad season, and the children were taught from infancy to work by the side of their parents. If, then, we find so much resemblance between the abodes of the villains of the 13th century and those of the inhabitants of the poorest communes of France in the present day, we may fairly infer that there must be a great deal which is analogous between the inhabitants themselves of the two periods; for in the châteaux, as well as in the towns, we find the material condition of the dwellings modifying itself conjointly with that of the moral condition of the inhabitants. Another little poem, entitled On the 24 Kinds of Villains, composed about the same period as the one above referred to, gives us a graphic description of the varieties of character among the feudal peasants. One example is given of a man who will not tell a traveller the way, but merely in a surly way answers, "You know it better than I." Another, sitting at his door on a Sunday, laughs at those passing by, and says to himself, when he sees a gentleman going hawking with a bird on his wrist, "Ah, that bird will eat a hen to-day, and our children could all feast upon it." Another is described as a sort of madman who equally despises God, the saints, the church, and the nobility. His neighbour is an honest simpleton who, stopping in admiration before the doorway of Notre Dame in Paris, in order to admire the statues of Pepin and Charlemagne and their successors, has his pocket picked of his purse. Another villain is supposed to make trade of pleading the cause of others before Messire de Bailly. He is very eloquent in trying to show that in the time of their ancestors the cows had a free right of pasture in such and such a meadow, or the sheep on such and such a ridge. Then there is the miser and the speculator, who converts all his possessions into ready money, so as to purchase grain against a bad season, but of course the harvest turns out to be excellent, and he does not make a farthing, but runs away to conceal his ruin and rage. There is also the villain who leaves his plough to become a poacher. There are many other curious examples which altogether tend to prove that there has been but little change in the village class since the first periods of history. Notwithstanding the miseries to which they were generally subject, the rural population had their days of rest and amusement, which were then much more numerous than at present. At the period the festivals of the Church were frequent and rigidly kept, and as each of them was the pretext for a forced holiday from manual labour, the peasants thought of nothing after church but of amusing themselves. They drank, talked, sang, danced, and above all laughed, for the laugh of our forefathers quite rivalled the Homeric laugh, and burst forth with a noisy joviality. The wakes or evening parties, which are still the custom in most of the French provinces, and which are of very ancient origin, formed important events in the private lives of the peasants. It was at these that the strange legends and vulgar superstitions which so long fed the minds of the ignorant classes were mostly created and propagated. It was there that those extraordinary and terrible fairy tales were created, as well as those of magicians, witches, spirits, etc. It was there that the matrons, whose great age justified their experience, insisted on proving, by absurd tales, that they knew all the marvellous secrets for causing happiness, or for curing sickness. Consequently, in those days the most enlightened rustic never for a moment doubted the truth of witchcraft. In fact, one of the first efforts at printing was applied to reproducing the most ridiculous stories under the title of the Évangile de Conwy ou Kenwy, and which had been previously circulated in manuscript, and had obtained implicit belief. The author of this remarkable collection asserts that the matrons of his neighbourhood had deputed him to put together in writing the sayings suitable for all conditions of rural life which were believed in by them and were announced at the wakes. The absurdities and childish follies which he has dared to register under their dictation are almost incredible. The Évangile de Kenwy, which was as much believed in as Holy Writ, tells us, amongst other secrets which it contains for the advantage of the reader, that a girl wishing to know the Christian name of her future husband has but to stretch the first thread she spins in the morning across the doorway, and that the first man who passes and touches the thread will necessarily have the same name as the man she is destined to marry. Another of the stories in this book was, that if a woman, on leaving off work on Saturday night, left her distaff loaded, she might be sure that the thread she would obtain from it during the following week would only produce linen of bad quality, which could not be bleached. This was considered to be proved by the fact that the Germans wore dark brown coloured shirts, and it was known that the women never unloaded their distaffs from Saturday to Monday. Should a woman enter a cow-house to milk her cows without saying, "God and Saint Bridget bless you," she was thought to run the risk of the cows kicking and breaking the milk pail and spilling the milk. This silly nonsense, compiled like oracles, was printed as late as 1493. 80 years later, a gentleman of Brittany named Noël du Fail, Lord of Erhisay, councillor in the Parliament of Rennes, published under the title of Rustic and Amusing Discourses, a work intended to counteract the influence of the famous Évangile de Kenwy. This new work was a simple and true sketch of country habits, and proved the elegance and artless simplicity of the author, as well as his accuracy of observation. He begins thus: "Occasionally, having to retire into the country more conveniently and uninterruptedly to finish some business, on a particular holiday, as I was walking, I came to a neighbouring village where the greater part of the old and young men were assembled, in groups of separate ages, for, according to the proverb, each seeks his like. The young were practising the bow, jumping, wrestling, running races, and playing other games. The old were looking on, some sitting under an oak with their legs crossed and their hats lowered over their eyes, others leaning on their elbows criticising every performance, and refreshing the memory of their own youth, and taking a lively interest in seeing the gambols of the young people." The author states that on questioning one of the peasants to ascertain who was the cleverest person present, the following dialogue took place: "The one you see on his elbow, hitting his boots, which have white strings, with a hazel stick, is called Anselm. He is one of the rich ones of the village, he is a good workman, and not a bad rider for the flat country. And the one you see by his side, with his thumb in his belt, hanging from which is a large game bag, containing spectacles and an old prayer book, is called Pasquier, one of the greatest wits within a day's journey. Nay, were I to say two, I should not be lying. Anyhow, he is certainly the readiest of the whole company to open his purse to give drink to his companions." "And that one," I asked, "with the large Milanese cap on his head, who holds an old book?" "That one," he answered, "who is scratching the end of his nose with one hand and his beard with the other?" "That one," I replied, "and who has turned towards us." "Why," he said, "that is Roger Bontemps, a merry, careless fellow, who up to the age of 50 kept the parish school; but changing his first trade, he has become a wine grower. However, he cannot resist the feast days, when he brings us his old books, and reads to us as long as we choose, such works as the Calendrier des Bergers, Fables d'Aesop, Le Roman de la Rose, Matthiolo, Alain Chartier, Les Vigiles du Feu Roi Charles, Les Deux Grébins, and others. Neither, with his old habit of warbling, can he help singing on Sundays in the choir, and he is called Huguet. The other, sitting near him, looking over his shoulder into his book, and wearing a sealskin belt with a yellow buckle, is another rich peasant of the village, not a bad villain, named Lubin, who also lives at home, and is called the little old man of the neighbourhood. After this artistic sketch, the author dilates on the goodman Anselm. He says, "This good man possessed a moderate amount of knowledge, was a goodish grammarian, a musician, somewhat of a sophist, and rather given to picking holes in others. Some of Anselm's conversation is also given, and after beginning by describing in glowing terms the bygone days which he and his contemporaries had seen, and which he stated to be very different to the present, he goes on to say, 'I must own, my good old friends, that I look back with pleasure on our young days. At all events, the mode of doing things in those days was very superior and better in every way to that of the present. Oh, happy days! Oh, fortunate times when our fathers and grandfathers, whom may God absolve, were still among us!' And he said this, he would raise the rim of his hat. He contented himself as to dress with a good coat of thick wool, well lined according to the fashion; and for feast days and other important occasions, one of thick cloth lined with some old gabardine. So we see," says M. Le Roux de Lincy, "at the end of the 15th century, that the old peasants complained of the changes in the village customs, and of the luxury which every one wished to display in his furniture or apparel. On this point, it seems, there has been little or no change. We read that from the time of Homer down to the excellent author of rustic discourses, and even later, the old people found fault with the manners of the present generation, and extolled those of their forefathers, which they themselves had criticised in their own youth." End of Section 8. Recording by Donna Stewart, Seattle, Washington.
Section 9 of Manners, Customs and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Manners, Customs and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period, by Paul Lacroix. Section 9. Food and Cookery. History of bread, vegetables and plants used in cooking, fruits, butcher's meat, poultry, game, milk, butter, cheese and eggs, fish and shellfish, beverages, beer, cider, wine, sweet wine, refreshing drinks, brandy. Cookery. Soups, boiled food, pies, stews, salads, roasts, grills. Seasoning, truffles, sugar, verjuice. Sweets, desserts, pastry. Meals and feasts. Rules of serving at table from the 15th to the 16th centuries. The private life of a people, says Le Grand d'Aussy, who had studied that of the French from a gastronomic point of view only, from the foundation of monarchy down to the 18th century, must, like that of mankind generally, commence with obtaining the first and most pressing of its requirements. Not satisfied with providing food for his support, man has endeavoured to add to his food something which pleased his taste. He does not wait to be hungry, but he anticipates that feeling, and aggravates it by condiments and seasonings. In a word, his greediness has created on this score a very complicated and widespread science, which amongst nations which are considered civilized has become most important, and is designated the culinary art. At all times the people of every country have strained the nature of the soil on which they lived by forcing it to produce that which it seemed destined ever to refuse them. Such food as human industry was unable to obtain from any particular soil or from any particular climate, commerce undertook to bring from the country which produced it. This caused Rabelais to say that the stomach was the father and master of industry. We will rapidly glance over the alimentary matters which our forefathers obtained from the animal and vegetable kingdom, and then trace the progress of culinary art, and examine the rules of feasts and such matters as belong to the Epicurean customs of the Middle Ages. Aliments. Bread. The Gauls, who principally inhabited deep and thick forests, fed on herbs and fruits, and particularly on acorns. It is even possible that the veneration in which they held the oak had no other origin. This primitive food continued in use, at least in times of famine, up to the 8th century, and we find in the regulations of St. Chrodegand that if, in consequence of a bad year, the acorn or beech nut became scarce, it was the bishop's duty to provide something to make up for it. 8 centuries later, when René du Bellay, Bishop of Mans, came to report to Francis I. the fearful poverty of his diocese, he informed the king that the inhabitants in many places were reduced to subsisting on acorn bread. In the earliest times bread was cooked under the embers. The use of ovens was introduced into Europe by the Romans, who had found them in Egypt. But, notwithstanding this importation, the old system of cooking was long after employed, for in the 10th century Rimbaud, abbot of the monastery of Saint Thierry, near Reims, ordered in his will that on the day of his death bread cooked under the embers, panes sub cinericios, should be given to his monks. By feudal law, the lord was bound to bake the bread of his vassals, for which they were taxed, but the latter often preferred to cook their flour at home in the embers of their own hearths, rather than to carry it to the public oven. It must be stated that the custom of leavening the dough by the addition of a ferment was not universally adopted amongst the ancients. For this reason, as the dough without leaven could only produce a heavy and indigestible bread, they were careful, in order to secure their loaves being thoroughly cooked, to make them very thin. These loaves served as plates for cutting up the other food upon, and when they thus became saturated with the sauce and gravy, they were eaten as cakes. The use of the tourteaux, small crusty loaves, which were at first called tranchoirs, and subsequently tailloirs, remained long in fashion even at the most splendid banquets. Thus in 1336 the Dauphin of Vienna, Humbert II., had, besides the small white bread, 4 small loaves to serve as tranchoirs at table. The Ménagier de Paris mentions des pains de trancheur 1/2 foot in diameter and 4 fingers deep, and Froissart, the historian, also speaks of tailloirs. It would be difficult to point out the exact period at which leavening bread was adopted in Europe, but we can assert that in the Middle Ages it was anything but general. Yeast, which, according to Pliny, was already known to the Gauls, was reserved for pastry, and it was only at the end of the 16th century that the bakers of Paris used it for bread. At first the trades of miller and baker were carried on by the same person. The man who undertook the grinding of the grain had ovens near his mill, which he let to his lord to bake bread, when he did not confine his business to persons who sent him their corn to grind. At a later period public bakers established themselves, who not only baked the loaves which were brought to them already kneaded, but also made bread which they sold by weight, and this system was in existence until very recently in the provinces. Charlemagne, in his Capitulaires (statutes), fixed the number of bakers in each city according to the population, and St. Louis relieved them, as well as the millers, from taking their turn at the watch, so that they might have no pretext for stopping or neglecting their work, which he considered of public utility. Nevertheless, bakers as a body never became rich or powerful. It is pretty generally believed that the name of boulanger, baker, originated from the fact that the shape of the loaves made at one time was very like that of a round ball. But loaves varied so much in form, quality, and consequently in name, that in his Dictionary of Obscure Words the learned Ducange specifies at least 20 sorts made during the 12th and 13th centuries, and amongst them may be mentioned the court loaf, the pope's loaf, the knight's loaf, the squire's loaf, the peer's loaf, the varlet's loaf, etc. The most celebrated bread was the white bread of Chailly or Chilly, a village 4 leagues (10 miles) south of Paris, which necessarily appeared at all the tables of the élite of the 14th century. The pain mollet, or soft bread made with milk and butter, although much in use before this, only became fashionable on the arrival of Marie de Medici in France, 1600, on account of this Tuscan princess finding it so much to her taste that she would eat no other. The ordinary market bread of Paris comprised the rousset bread, made of meslin and employed for soup, the bourgeoisie bread, and the chaland, or customer's bread, which last was a general name given to all descriptions which were sent daily from the neighbouring villages to the capital. Amongst the best known varieties we will only mention the corbeille bread, the dog bread, the bread of 2 colours, which last was composed of alternate layers of wheat and rye, and was used by persons of small means. There was also the Gonesse bread, which has maintained its reputation to this day. The table loaves, which in the provinces were served at the tables of the rich, were of such a convenient size that one of them would suffice for a man of ordinary appetite, even after the crust was cut off, which it was considered polite to offer to the ladies, who soaked it in their soup. For the servants an inferior bread was baked, called common bread. In many counties they sprinkled the bread, before putting it into the oven, with powdered linseed, a custom which still exists. They usually added salt to the flour, excepting in certain localities, especially in Paris, where, on account of its price, they only mixed it with the expensive qualities. The wheats which were long most esteemed for baking purposes were those of Brie, Champagne, and Bassigny, while those of the Dauphiné were held of little value, because they were said to contain so many tares and worthless grains that the bread made from them produced headache and other ailments. An ancient chronicle of the time of Charlemagne makes mention of a bread twice baked, or biscuit. This bread was very hard and easier to keep than any other description. It was also used, as now, for provisioning ships or towns threatened with a siege, as well as in religious houses. At a later period, delicate biscuits were made of a sort of dry and crumbling pastry, which retained the original name. As early as the 16th century, Reims had earned a great renown for these articles of food. Bread made with barley, oats, or millet was always ranked as coarse food, to which the poor only had recourse in years of want. Barley bread was, besides, used as a kind of punishment, and monks who had committed any serious offence against discipline were condemned to live on it for a certain period. Rye bread was held of very little value, although in certain provinces, such as Lyonnais, Forez, and Auvergne, it was very generally used among the country people, and contributed, says Bruyérin Champier in his treatise De Re Cibaria, to preserve beauty and freshness amongst women. At a later period, the doctors of Paris frequently ordered the use of bread made half of wheat and half of rye, as a means of preserving the health. Black wheat or buckwheat, which was introduced into Europe by the Moors and Saracens when they conquered Spain, quickly spread to the northern provinces, especially to Flanders, where by its easy culture and almost certain yield, it averted much suffering from the inhabitants, who were continually being threatened with famine. It was only later that maize or Turkey wheat was cultivated in the south, and that rice came into use. But these two kinds of grain, both equally useless for bread, were employed the one for fattening poultry, and the other for making cakes, which, however, were little appreciated. Vegetables and plants used in cooking. From the most ancient historical documents we find that at the very earliest period of the French monarchy, fresh and dried vegetables were the ordinary food of the population. Pliny and Columella attribute a Gallic origin to certain roots, and among them onions and parsnips, which the Romans cultivated in their gardens for use at their tables. It is evident, however, that vegetables were never considered as being capable of forming solid nutriment, since they were almost exclusively used by monastic communities when under vows of extreme abstinence. A statute of Charlemagne, in which the useful plants which the emperor desired should be cultivated in his domains are detailed, shows us that at that period the greater part of our cooking vegetables were in use, for we find mentioned in it fennel, garlic, parsley, shallot, onions, watercress, endive, lettuce, beetroot, cabbage, leeks, carrots, artichokes, besides long beans, broad beans, peas or Italian vetches, and lentils. In the 13th century the plants fit for cooking went under the general appellation of aigrun, and amongst them at a later date were ranked oranges, lemons, and other acid fruits. St. Louis added to this category even fruits with hard rinds, such as walnuts, filberts, and chestnuts; and when the Guild of the Fruiterers of Paris received its statutes in 1608, they were still called vendors of fruits and aigrun. The vegetables and cooking plants noticed in the Ménagier de Paris, which dates from the 14th century, and in the treatise De Obsoniis of Platina, the name adopted by the Italian Bartholomew Sacchi, which dates from the 15th century, do not lead us to suppose that alimentary horticulture had made much progress since the time of Charlemagne. Moreover, we are astonished to find the thistle placed among choice dishes, though it cannot be the common thistle that is meant, but probably this somewhat general appellation refers to the vegetable marrow, which is still found on the tables of the higher classes, or perhaps the artichoke, which we know to be only a kind of thistle developed by cultivation, and which at that period had been recently imported. About the same date melons begin to appear, but the management of this vegetable fruit was not much known. It was so imperfectly cultivated in the northern provinces that in the middle of the 16th century Bruyérin Champier speaks of the Languedocians as alone knowing how to produce excellent sucrins. Thus called, say both Charles Estienne and Liébault in the Maison Rustique, because gardeners watered them with honeyed or sweetened water. The watermelons have never been cultivated but in the south. Cabbages, the alimentary reputation of which dates from the remotest times, were already of several kinds, most of which have descended to us. Amongst them may be mentioned the apple-headed, the Roman, the white, the common white head, the Easter cabbage, etc. But the one held in the highest estimation was the famous cabbage of Senlis, whose leaves, say an ancient author, when opened, exhaled a smell more agreeable than musk or amber. This species no doubt fell into disuse, when the plan of employing aromatic herbs in cooking, which was so much in repute by our ancestors, was abandoned. By a strange coincidence, at the same period as marjoram, caraway seed, sweet basil, coriander, lavender, and rosemary were used to add their pungent flavour to sauces and hashes, on the same tables might be found herbs of the coldest and most insipid kinds, such as mallows, some kinds of mosses, etc. Cucumber, though rather in request, was supposed to be an unwholesome vegetable, because it was said that the inhabitants of Forez, who ate much of it, were subject to periodical fevers, which might really have been caused by noxious emanation from the ponds with which that country abounded. Lentils, now considered so wholesome, were also long looked upon as a doubtful vegetable. According to Liébault, they were difficult to digest and otherwise injurious. They inflamed the inside, affected the sight, and brought on the nightmare, etc. On the other hand, small fresh beans, especially those sold at Landit fair, were used in the most delicate repasts. Peas passed as a royal dish in the 16th century, when the custom was to eat them with salt pork. Turnips were also most esteemed by the Parisians. This vegetable is to them, says Charles Estienne, what large radishes are to the Limousin. The best were supposed to come from Maison, Vaugirard, and Aubervilliers. Lastly, there were 4 kinds of lettuces grown in France, according to Liébault, in 1574: the small, the common, the curled, and the Roman. The seed of the last named was sent to France by François Rabelais when he was in Rome with Cardinal du Bellay in 1537, and the salad made from it consequently received the name of Roman salad, which it has ever since retained. In fact, our ancestors much appreciated salads, for there was not a banquet without at least 3 or 4 different kinds. Fruits. Western Europe was originally very poor in fruits, and it only improved by foreign importations, mostly from Asia by the Romans. The apricot came from Armenia, the pistachio nuts and plums from Syria, the peach and nut from Persia, the cherry from Cerasus, the lemon from Media, the filbert from the Hellespont, and chestnuts from Castana, a town of Magnesia. We are also indebted to Asia for almonds. The pomegranate, according to some, came from Africa, to others from Cyprus; the quince from Sidon in Crete; the olive, fig, pear, and apple from Greece. The statutes of Charlemagne show us that almost all these fruits were reared in his gardens, and that some of them were of several kinds or varieties. A considerable period, however, elapsed before the finest and more luscious productions of the garden became, as it were, almost forced on nature by artificial means. Thus, in the 16th century, we find Rabelais, Charles Estienne, and La Framboisière, physician to Henry IV., praising the Corbeil peach, which was only an inferior and almost wild sort, and describing it as having dry and solid flesh, not adhering to the stone. The culture of this fruit, which was not larger than a damask plum, had then, according to Champier, only just been introduced into France. It must be remarked here that Jacques Coytier, physician to Louis XI., in order to curry favour with his master, who was very fond of new fruits, took as his crest an apricot tree, from which he was jokingly called Abri Coytier. It must be owned that great progress has been made in the culture of the plum, the pear, and the apple. Champier says that the best plums are the Royal, the Perdrigand, and the Damas of Tours. Olivier de Serres mentions 18 kinds, amongst which, however, we do not find the celebrated Reine Claude, greengage, which owes its name to the daughter of Louis XII., first wife of Francis I. Of pears, the most esteemed in the 13th century were the Astivots, which was an early sort, and no doubt the golden pear now called Saint Jean; the Caillou or Chaillou, a hard pear, which came from Caillou in Burgundy, and l'Angoisse, agony, so called on account of its bitterness, which, however, totally disappeared in cooking. In the 16th century the palm is given to the cuisse dame or madame, the bon chrétien, brought, it is said, by Saint François de Paule to Louis XI., the bergamote, which came from Bergamo in Lombardy, the thym bonne, so named from its aroma, and the caillou rosa, our rosewater pear. Amongst apples, the blanc du rot, hard white, of Auvergne, the Rouveau, and the Paradis of Provence are of oldest repute. This reminds us of the couplet by the author of the Street Cries of Paris, 13th century: Prime et pomme de Rouvio, et d'Auvergne le blanc duriot. Give me first the russet apple and the hard white fruit of Auvergne. The quince, which was so generally cultivated in the Middle Ages, was looked upon as the most useful of all fruits. Not only did it form the basis of the farmers' dried preserves of Orléans, called cotignac, a sort of marmalade, but it was also used for seasoning meat. The Portugal quince was the most esteemed, and the cotignac of Orléans had such a reputation that boxes of this fruit were always given to kings, queens, and princes on entering the towns of France. It was the first offering made to Joan of Arc on her bringing reinforcements into Orléans during the English siege. Several sorts of cherries were known, but these did not prevent the small wild or wood cherry from being appreciated at the tables of the citizens, whilst the cornouille, or wild cornelian cherry, was hardly touched, excepting by the peasants. Thence came the proverbial expression, more particularly in use at Orléans, when a person made a silly remark, "He has eaten cornelians," i.e., he speaks like a rustic. In the 13th century chestnuts from Lombardy were hawked in the streets, but in the 16th century the chestnuts of the Lyonnais and Auvergne were substituted, and were to be found on the royal table. 4 different sorts of figs, in equal estimation, were brought from Marseilles, Nîmes, Saint Andéol, and Pont Saint Esprit, and in Provence filberts were to be had in such profusion that they supplied from there all the tables of the kingdom. The Portuguese claim the honour of having introduced oranges from China. However, in an account of the house of Humbert, Dauphin of Viennois, in 1333, that is, long before the expeditions of the Portuguese to India, mention is made of a sum of money being paid for transplanting orange trees. In the time of Bruyérin Champier, physician to Henry II., raspberries were still completely wild. The same author states that wood strawberries had only just at that time been introduced into gardens, by which, he says, they had attained a larger size, though they at the same time lost their quality. The vine, acclimatized and propagated by the Gauls, ever since the followers of Brennus had brought it from Italy 500 years before the Christian era, never ceased to be productive, and even to constitute the natural wealth of the country. In the 16th century, Liébault enumerated 19 sorts of grapes, and Olivier de Serres 24, amongst which, notwithstanding the eccentricities of the ancient names, we believe that we can trace the greater part of those plants which are now cultivated in France. For instance, it is known that the excellent vines of Thomery, near Fontainebleau, which yield in abundance the most beautiful table grape which art and care can produce, were already in use in the reign of Henry IV. In the time of the Gauls, the custom of drying grapes by exposing them to the sun, or to a certain amount of artificial heat, was already known; and very soon after, The same means were adopted for preserving plums, an industry in which then, as now, the people of Tours and Reims excelled. Drying apples in an oven was also the custom, and formed a delicacy which was reserved for winter and spring banquets. Dried fruits were also brought from abroad, as mentioned in the Book of Street Cries in Paris. Figues de Melité sans fin, j'ai roisin d'outre-mer roisin. Figs from Malta without end, and grapes from over the sea. End of section 9. Section 10 of Manners, Customs and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Manners, Customs and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period by Paul Lacroix. Section 10. Butcher's meat. According to Strabo, the Gauls were great eaters of meat, especially of pork, whether fresh or salted. Gaul, says he, feeds so many flocks, and above all so many pigs, that it supplies not only Rome, but all Italy, with grease and salt meat. The second chapter of the Salic Law, comprising 19 articles, relates entirely to penalties for pig stealing, and in the laws of the Visigoths we find 4 articles on the same subject. In those remote days, in which the land was still covered with enormous forests of oak, great facilities were offered for breeding pigs, whose special liking for acorns is well known. Thus the bishops, princes, and lords caused numerous droves of pigs to be fed on their domains, both for the purpose of supplying their own tables, as well as for the fairs and markets. At a subsequent period, it became the custom for each household, whether in town or country, to rear and fatten a pig, which was killed and salted at a stated period of the year, and this custom still exists in many provinces. In Paris, for instance, there was scarcely a bourgeois who had not 2 or 3 young pigs. During the day, these unsightly creatures were allowed to roam in the streets, which, however, they helped to keep clean by eating up the refuse of all sorts which was thrown out of the houses. One of the sons of Louis le Gros, while passing on the 2nd of October 1131 in the Rue du Martroi, between the Hôtel de Ville and the Church of Saint-Gervais, fractured his skull by a fall from his horse, caused by a pig running between that animal's legs. This accident led to the first order being issued by the provosts to the effect that breeding pigs within the town was forbidden. Custom, however, deep-rooted for centuries, resisted this order, and many others on the same subject which followed it. For we find, under Francis I., a licence was issued to the executioner, empowering him to capture all the stray pigs which he could find in Paris, and to take them to the Hôtel Dieu, when he should receive either 5 sous in silver or the head of the animal. It is said that the holy men of Saint Antoine, in virtue of the privilege attached to the popular legend of their patron, who was generally represented with a pig, objected to this order, and long after maintained the exclusive right of allowing their pigs to roam in the streets of the capital. The obstinate determination with which every one tried to evade the administrative laws on this subject is explained, in fact, by the general taste of the French nation for pork. This taste appears somewhat strange at a time when this kind of food was supposed to engender leprosy, a disease with which France was at that time overrun. Pig's meat made up generally the greater part of the domestic banquets. There was no great feast at which hams, sausages, and black puddings were not served in profusion on all the tables. And as Easter Day, which brought to a close the prolonged fastings of Lent, was one of the great feasts, this food formed the most important dish on that occasion. it is possible that the necessity for providing for the consumption of that day originated the celebrated ham fair, which was and is still held annually on the Thursday of Passion Week in front of Notre Dame, where the dealers from all parts of France, and especially from Normandy and Lower Brittany, assembled with their swine. Sanitary measures were taken in Paris and in the various towns in order to prevent the evil effects likely to arise from the enormous consumption of pork. Public officers, called languayeurs, were ordered to examine the animals to ensure that they had not white ulcers under the tongue, these being considered the signs that their flesh was in a condition to communicate leprosy to those who partook of it. For a long time, the retail sale of pork was confined to the butchers, like that of other meat. Salt or fresh pork was at one time always sold raw, though at a later period some retailers, who carried on business principally among the lowest orders of the people, took to selling cooked pork and sausages. They were named charcuitiers or saucissiers. This new trade, which was most lucrative, was adopted by so many people that Parliament was forced to limit the number of charcuitiers, who at last formed a corporation and received their statutes, which were confirmed by the king in 1475. Amongst the privileges attached to their calling was that of selling red herrings and sea fish in Lent, during which time the sale of pork was strictly forbidden. Although they had the exclusive monopoly of selling cooked pork, they were at first forbidden to buy their meat of any one but of the butchers, who alone had the right of killing pigs; and it was only in 1513 that the charcuitiers were allowed to purchase at market and sell the meat raw, in opposition to the butchers, who in consequence gradually gave up killing and selling pork. Although the consumption of butcher's meat was not so great in the Middle Ages as it is now, the trade of a butcher, to which extraordinary privileges were attached, was, nevertheless, one of the industries which realized the greatest profits. We know what an important part the butchers played in the municipal history of France, as also of Belgium, and we also know how great their political influence was, especially in the 15th century. The existence of the great slaughter-house of Paris dates back to the most remote period of monarchy. The parish church of the corporation of butchers, namely that of Saint-Pierre-aux-Boeufs in the city, on the front of which were two sculptured oxen, existed before the 10th century. A Celtic monument was discovered on the site of the ancient part of Paris, with a bas-relief representing a wild bull carrying 3 cranes, standing among oak branches. Archaeology has chosen to recognise in this sculpture a druidical allegory, which has descended to us in the shape of the triumphal car of the prize ox. The butchers, who, for centuries at least in France, only killed sheep and pigs, proved themselves most jealous of their privileges, and admitted no strangers into their corporation. The proprietorship of stalls at the markets, and the right of being admitted as a master butcher at the age of 7 years and a day, belonged exclusively to the male descendants of a few rich and powerful families. The kings of France alone, on their accession, could create a new master butcher. Since the middle of the 14th century the Grande Boucherie was the seat of an important jurisdiction, composed of a mayor, a master, a proctor, and an attorney. It also had a judicial council, before which the butchers could bring up all their cases, and an appeal from which could only be considered by Parliament. Besides this court, which had to decide cases of misbehaviour on the part of the apprentices, and all their appeals against their masters, the corporation had a council in Parliament, as also one at the Châtelet, who were specially attached to the interests of the butchers, and were in their pay. Although bound, at all events with their money, to follow the calling of their fathers, we find many descendants of ancient butchers' families of Paris in the 14th and 15th centuries abandoning their stalls to to fill high places in the state, and even at court. It must not be concluded that the rich butchers in those days occupied themselves with the minor details of their trade. The greater number employed servants who cut up and retailed the meat, and they themselves simply kept the accounts and were engaged in dealing through factors or foremen for the purchase of beasts for their stalls. One can form an opinion of the wealth of some of these tradesmen by reading the enumeration made by an old chronicler of the property and income of Guillaume de Saint-Yon, one of the principal master butchers in 1370. "He was proprietor of 3 stalls, in which meat was weekly sold to the amount of 200 livres parisis, the livre being equivalent to 24 francs at least, with an average profit of 10 to 15 per cent. He had an income of 600 livres parisis. He possessed besides his family house in Paris, 4 country houses, well supplied with furniture and agricultural implements, drinking cups, vases, cups of silver, and cups of onyx with silver feet, valued at 100 francs or more each. His wife had jewels, belts, purses, and trinkets to the value of upwards of 1,000 gold francs. The gold franc was worth 24 livres. Long and short gowns trimmed with fur, and 3 mantles of grey fur. Guillaume de Saint-Yon had generally in his storehouses 300 ox hides, worth 24 francs each at least, 800 measures of fat, worth 3½ sols each. In his sheds he had 800 sheep, worth 100 sols each. In his safes 500 or 600 silver florins of ready money. The florin was worth 12 francs, which must be multiplied 5 times to estimate its value in present currency. And his household furniture was valued at 12,000 florins. He gave a dowry of 2,000 florins to his 2 nieces, and spent 3,000 florins in rebuilding his Paris house. And lastly, as if he had been a noble, he used a silver seal." We find in the Ménagier de Paris curious statistics respecting the various butchers' shops of the capital, and the daily sale in each at the period referred to. This sale, without counting the households of the king, the queen, and the royal family, which were specially provisioned, amounted to 26,624 oxen, 162,760 sheep, 27,456 pigs, and 15,912 calves per annum, to which must be added not only the smoked and salted flesh of 200 or 300 pigs which were sold at the fair in Holy Week, but also 6,420 sheep, 823 oxen, 832 calves, and 624 pigs, which, according to the Ménagier, were used in the royal and princely households. Sometimes the meat was sent to market already cut up, but the slaughter of beasts was more frequently done in the butchers' shops in the town, for they only killed from day to day, according to the demand. Besides the butchers, there were tripe shops, where the feet, kidneys, etc., were sold. According to Bruharin Champier, during the 16th century the most celebrated sheep in France were those of Berry and Limousin, and of all butchers' meat, veal was reckoned the best. In fact, calves intended for the tables of the upper classes were fed in a special manner. They were allowed for 6 months, or even for a year, nothing but milk, which made their flesh most tender and delicate. Contrary to the present taste, kid was more appreciated than lamb, which caused the rôtisseurs frequently to attach the tail of a kid to a lamb, so as to deceive the customer and sell him a less expensive meat at the higher price. This was the origin of the proverb which described a cheat as a dealer in goat by halves. In other places butchers were far from acquiring the same importance which they did in France and Belgium, where much more meat was consumed than in Spain, Italy, or even in Germany. Nevertheless, in almost all countries there were certain regulations, sometimes eccentric, but almost always rigidly enforced, to ensure a supply of meat of the best quality and in a healthy state. In England, for instance, butchers were only allowed to kill bulls after they had been baited with dogs, no doubt with the view of making the flesh more tender. At Mans, it was laid down in the trade regulations that "no butcher shall be so bold as to sell meat unless it shall have been previously seen alive by 2 or 3 persons, who will testify to it on oath, and anyhow they shall not sell it until the persons shall have declared it wholesome," etc. To the many regulations affecting the interests of the public must be added that forbidding butchers to sell meat on days when abstinence from animal food was ordered by the Church. These regulations applied less to the vendors than to the consumers, who, by disobeying them, were liable to fine or imprisonment, or to severe corporal punishment by the whip or in the pillory. We find that Clément Marot was imprisoned and nearly burned alive for having eaten pork in Lent. In 1534, Guillaume des Moulins, Count of Brie, asked permission for his mother, who was then 80 years of age, to cease fasting. The Bishop of Paris only granted dispensation on condition that the old lady should take her meals in secret and out of sight of every one, and should still fast on Fridays. In a certain town, says Brantôme, there had been a procession in Lent. A woman who had assisted at it barefooted went home to dine off a quarter of lamb and a ham. The smell got into the street, the house was entered. The fact being established, the woman was taken and condemned to walk through the town with her quarter of lamb on the spit over her shoulder and the ham hung round her neck. This species of severity increased during the times of religious dissensions. Erasmus says, "He who has eaten pork instead of fish is taken to the torture like a parricide." An edict of Henry II., 1549, forbade the sale of meat in Lent to persons who should not be furnished with a doctor's certificate. Charles IX. Forbade the sale of meat to the Huguenots, and it was ordered that the privilege of selling meat during the time of abstinence should belong exclusively to the hospitals. Orders were given to those who retailed meat to take the address of every purchaser, although he had presented a medical certificate, so that the necessity for his eating meat might be verified. Subsequently, the medical certificate required to be endorsed by the priest, specifying what quantity of meat was required. Even in these cases the use of butcher's meat alone was granted, pork, poultry, and game being strictly forbidden. Poultry. A monk of the Abbey of Cluny once went on a visit to his relations. On arriving he asked for food, but as it was a fast day, he was told there was nothing in the house but fish. Perceiving some chickens in the yard, he took a stick and killed one, and brought it to his relations, saying, "This is the fish which I shall eat to-day." "Eh, but my son," they said, "have you dispensation from fasting on a Friday?" "No," he answered, "but poultry is not flesh. Fish and fowls were created at the same time. They have a common origin, as the hymn which I sing in the service teaches me." This simple legend belongs to the 10th century, and notwithstanding that the opinion of this Benedictine monk may appear strange nowadays, yet it must be acknowledged that he was only conforming himself to the opinions laid down by certain theologians. In 817 the Council of Aix-la-Chapelle decided that such delicate nourishment could scarcely be called mortification, as understood by the teaching of the Church. In consequence of this, an order was issued forbidding the monks to eat poultry, except during 4 days at Easter and 4 at Christmas. But this prohibition in no way changed the established custom of certain parts of Christendom, and the faithful persisted in believing that poultry and fish were identical in the eyes of the Church, and accordingly continued to eat them indiscriminately. We also see, in the middle of the 13th century, St. Thomas Aquinas, who was considered an authority in questions of dogma and of faith, ranking poultry amongst species of aquatic origin. Eventually this palpable error was abandoned, but when the Church forbade Christians the use of poultry on fast days, it made an exception, out of consideration for the ancient prejudice, in favour of teal, widgeon, moorhens, and also 2 or 3 kinds of small amphibious quadrupeds. Hence probably arose the general and absurd beliefs concerning the origin of teal, which some said sprung from the rotten wood of old ships, others from the fruits of a tree or the gum on fir trees, whilst others thought they came from a freshwater shell, analogous to that of the oyster and mussel. As far back as modern history can be traced, we find that a similar mode of fattening poultry was employed then as now, and was one which the Gauls must have learnt from the Romans. Amongst the charges in the households of the kings of France, one item was that which concerned the poultry house, and which, according to an edict of St. Louis in 1261, bears the name of poulailler. At a subsequent period, this name was given to breeders and dealers in poultry. The Ménagier tells us that, as is the present practice, chickens were fattened by depriving them of light and liberty, and gorging them with succulent food. Amongst the poultry yards in repute at that time, the author mentions that of Hesdin, a property of the Dukes of Luxembourg in Artois; that of the king at the Hôtel Saint Paul, Rue Saint Antoine, Paris; that of Master Hugues Aubriot, provost of Paris; and that of Charlot, no doubt a bourgeois of that name, who also gave his name to an ancient street in that quarter called the Marais. Capons are frequently mentioned in poems of the 12th and 13th centuries, but the name of the poulard does not occur until the 16th. We know that under the Roman rule the Gauls carried on a considerable trade in fattened geese. This trade ceased when Gaul passed to new masters, but the breeding of geese continued to be carefully attended to. For many centuries geese were more highly prized than any other description of poultry, and Charlemagne ordered that his domains should be well stocked with flocks of geese, which were driven to feed in the fields like flocks of sheep. There was an old proverb, "Who eats the king's goose returns the feathers in 100 years." This bird was considered a great delicacy by the working classes and bourgeoisie. The rôtisseurs had hardly anything in their shops but geese, and therefore, when they were united in a company, they received the name of oyer or oyeur. The street in which they were established, with their spits always loaded with juicy roasts, was called Rue des Ours, geese, and this street, when it ceased to be frequented by the oyers, became, by corruption, Rue aux Ours. There is every reason for believing that the domestication of the wild duck is of quite recent date. The attempt having succeeded, it was wished to follow it up by the naturalization in the poultry yard of 2 other sorts of aquatic birds, namely the sheldrake, Tadorna, and the moorhen, but without success. Some attribute the introduction of turkeys into France and Europe to Jacques Coeur, treasurer to Charles VII., whose commercial connections with the East were very extensive. Others assert that it is due to King René, Count of Provence, but, according to the best authorities, these birds were first brought into France in the time of Francis I. by Admiral Philippe de Chabot, and Bruyérin Champier asserts that they were not known until even later. It was at about the same period that guinea fowls were brought from the coast of Africa by Portuguese merchants, and the travelling naturalist Pierre Belon, who wrote in the year 1555, asserts that in his time "they had already so multiplied in the houses of the nobles that they had become quite common." The peafowl played an important part in the chivalric banquets of the Middle Ages. According to old poets, the flesh of this noble bird is "food for the brave." A poet of the 13th century says that "thieves have as much taste for falsehood as a hungry man has for the flesh of the peacock." In the 14th century poultry yards were still stocked with these birds, but the turkey and the pheasant gradually replaced them, as their flesh was considered somewhat hard and stringy. This is proved by the fact that in 1581 La Nouvelle Coutume du Bourbonnois only reckons the value of these beautiful birds at 2 sous and a half, or about 3 francs of present currency. Game. Our forefathers included among the birds which now constitute feathered game the heron, the crane, the crow, the swan, the stork, the cormorant, and the bittern. These supplied the best tables, especially the first 3, which were looked upon as exquisite food, fit even for royalty, and were reckoned as thorough French delicacies. There were at that time heronries, as at a later period there were pheasantries. People also ate birds of prey, and only rejected those which fed on carrion. Swans, which were much appreciated, were very common on all the principal rivers of France, especially in the north. A small island below Paris had taken its name from these birds, and has maintained it ever since. It was proverbially said that the Charente was bordered with swans, and for this same reason Valenciennes was called Val des Cygnes, or the Swan Valley. Some authors make it appear that for a long time young game was avoided, owing to the little nourishment it contained and its indigestibility, and assert that it was only when some French ambassadors returned from Venice that the French learnt that young partridges and leverets were exquisite, and quite fit to appear at the most sumptuous banquets. The Ménagier gives not only various receipts for cooking them, but also for dressing chickens when game was out of season, so as to make them taste like young partridges. There was a time when they fattened pheasants as they did capons. It was a secret, says Liébault, only known to the poultry dealers, but although they were much appreciated, the pullet was more so, and realized as much as 2 crowns each. This does not mean the gold crown, but a current coin worth 3 livres. Plovers, which sometimes came from Beauce in cartloads, were much relished. They were roasted without being drawn, as also were turtle doves and larks. For, says an ancient author, larks only eat small pebbles and sand, doves grains of juniper and scented herbs, and plovers feed on air. At a later period the same honour was conferred on woodcocks. Thrushes, starlings, blackbirds, quail, and partridges were in equal repute according to the season. The bec-figue, a small bird like a nightingale, was so much esteemed in Provence that there were feasts at which that bird alone was served, prepared in various ways. But of all birds used for the table, none could be compared to the young cuckoo, taken just as it was full-fledged. As far as we can ascertain, the Gauls had a dislike to the flesh of rabbits, and they did not even hunt them, for according to Strabo, southern Gaul was infested with these mischievous animals, which destroyed the growing crops and even the barks of the trees. There was considerable change in this respect a few centuries later, for every one in town or country reared domesticated rabbits, and the wild ones formed an article of food which was much in request. In order to ascertain whether a rabbit is young, Strabo tells us we should feel the first joint of the foreleg, when we shall find a small bone free and movable. This method is adopted in all kitchens in the present day. Hares were preferred to rabbits, provided they were young, for an old French proverb says, "An old hare and an old goose are food for the devil." The hedgehog and squirrel were also eaten. As for roe and red deer, they were, according to Dr. Bruyérin Champier, morsels fit for kings and rich people. The doctor speaks of fried slices of the young horn of the stag as the daintiest of food, and the Ménagier de Paris shows how, as early as the 14th century, beef was dished up like bear's flesh venison for the use of kitchens in countries where the black bear did not exist. This proves that bear's flesh was in those days considered good food. End of section 10. Section 11 of Manners, Customs and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Manners, Customs and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period by Paul Lacroix. Section 11. Milk, butter, eggs, and cheese. These articles of food, the first which nature gave to man, were not always and everywhere uniformly permitted or prohibited by the Church on fast days. The faithful were for several centuries left to their own judgment on the subject. In fact, there is nothing extraordinary in eggs being eaten in Lent without scruple, considering that some theologians maintained that the hens which laid them were animals of aquatic extraction. It appears, however, that butter, either from prejudice or mere custom, was only used on fast days in its fresh state, and was not allowed to be used for cooking purposes. At first, and especially amongst the monks, the dishes were prepared with oil, but as in some countries oil was apt to become very expensive, and the supply even to fail totally, animal fat or lard had to be substituted. At a subsequent period, the Church authorized the use of butter and milk, but on this point the discipline varied much. In the 14th century, Charles V., King of France, having asked Pope Gregory XI. For a dispensation to use milk and butter on fast days, in consequence of the bad state of his health, brought on owing to an attempt having been made to poison him, the Supreme Pontiff required a certificate from a physician and from the king's confessor. He even then only granted the dispensation after imposing on that Christian king the repetition of a certain number of prayers and the performance of certain pious deeds. In defiance of the severity of ecclesiastical authority, we find in the journal of a bourgeois of Paris that in the unhappy reign of Charles VI, 1420, for want of oil, butter was eaten in Lent the same as on ordinary non-fast days. In 1491, Queen Anne, Duchess of Brittany, in order to obtain permission from the Pope to eat butter in Lent, represented that Brittany did not produce oil, neither did it import it from southern countries. Many northern provinces adopted necessity as the law, and having no oil, used butter. And thence originated that famous toast with slices of bread and butter, which formed such an important part of Flemish food. These papal dispensations were, however, only earned at the price of prayers and alms, and this was the origin of the troncs pour le beurre, that is, alms box for butter, which are still to be seen in some of the Flemish churches. It is not known when butter was first salted in order to preserve it or to send it to distant places, but this process, which is so simple and so natural, dates, no doubt, from very ancient times. It was particularly practised by the Normans and Bretons, who enclosed the butter in large earthenware jars, for in the statutes which were given to the fruiterers of Paris in 1412, mention is made of salt butter in earthenware jars. Lorraine only exported butter in such jars. The fresh butter most in request for the table in Paris was that made at Vanvres, which in the month of May the people ate every morning mixed with garlic. The consumption of butter was greatest in Flanders. I am surprised, says Bruyérin Champier, speaking of that country, that they have not yet tried to turn it into drink. In France it is mockingly called beurrière, and when any one has to travel in that country, he is advised to take a knife with him if he wishes to taste the good rolls of butter. It is not necessary to state that milk and cheese followed the fortunes of butter in the Catholic world, the same as eggs followed those of poultry. But butter having been declared lawful by the Church, a claim was put in for eggs, and Pope Julius III granted this dispensation to all Christendom, although certain private churches did not at once choose to profit by this favour. The Greeks had always been more rigid on these points of discipline than the people of the West. It is to the prohibition of eggs in Lent that the origin of Easter eggs must be traced. These were hardened by boiling them in a madder bath, and were brought to receive the blessing of the priest on Good Friday, and were then eaten on the following Sunday as a sign of rejoicing. Ancient Gaul was celebrated for some of its home-made cheeses. Pliny praises those of Nîmes and of Mount Lozère in Gévaudan. Martial mentions those of Toulouse, etc. A simple anecdote handed down by the monk of St. Gall, who wrote in the 9th century, proves to us that the traditions with regard to cheeses were not lost in the time of Charlemagne. The emperor in one of his travels alighted suddenly, and without being expected, at the house of a bishop. It was on a Friday. The prelate had no fish, and did not dare to set meat before the prince. He therefore offered him what he had got, some boiled corn and green cheese. Charles ate of the cheese, but taking the green part to be bad, he took care to remove it with his knife. The bishop, seeing this, took the liberty of telling his guest that this was the best part. The emperor, tasting it, found that the bishop was right, and consequently ordered him to send him annually 2 cases of similar cheese to Aix-la-Chapelle. The bishop answered that he could easily send cheeses, but he could not be sure of sending them in proper condition, because it was only by opening them that you could be sure of the dealer not having deceived you in the quality of the cheese. "Well," said the emperor, "before sending them, cut them through the middle, so as to see if they are what I want. You will only have to join the 2 halves again by means of a wooden peg, and you can then put the whole into a case." End quote. Under the kings of the 3rd French dynasty, a cheese was made at the village of Chaillot, near Paris, which was much appreciated in the capital. In the 12th and 13th centuries, the cheeses of Champagne and of Brie, which are still manufactured, were equally popular, and were hawked in the streets according to the book of street cries in Paris: "J'ai bon fromage de Champagne, or y a fromage de Brie." Buy my cheese from Champagne, and my cheese from Brie. Eustache Deschamps went so far as to say that cheese was the only good thing which could possibly come from Brie. The Ménagier de Paris praises several kinds of cheeses, the names of which it would now be difficult to trace, owing to their frequent changes during 400 years; but according to the Gallic author of this collection, a cheese to be presentable at table was required to possess certain qualities. In proverbial Latin, non Argus, ne Helena, ne Maria Magdalena, etc., thus expressed in French rhyme: non mi, pas, blond comme Hélène, non mi, pas, pleurant comme Madeleine, non Argus, à son yeux, mais de tout aveugle, aveugle, et aussi pesant comme un bugle, bœuf. Contre le pouce soit rebelle, et qu'il ait ligneuse cotelle, épaisse croûte. Sans yeux, sans plourer, non pas blond, tigneux, rebelle, bien pesant. Neither white, like Helena, nor weeping as Magdalena, neither Argus, nor yet quite blind, and having too a thickish rind, resisting somewhat to the touch, and as a bull should weigh as much. Not eyeless, weeping, nor quite white, but firm, resisting, not too light. In 1509, Platina, although an Italian, in speaking of good cheeses, mentions those of Chauny in Picardy, and of Brehemont in Touraine. Charles Estienne praises those of Craponne in Auvergne, the Angelot of Normandy, and the cheeses made from fresh cream which the peasant women of Montreuil and Vincennes brought to Paris in small wickerwork baskets, and which were eaten sprinkled with sugar. The same author names also the rougerets of Lyons, which were always much esteemed; but above all the cheeses of Europe he places the round or cylindrical ones of Auvergne, which were only made by very clean and healthy children of 14 years of age. Olivier de Serres advises those who wish to have good cheeses to boil the milk before churning it, a plan which is in use at Lodi and Parma, "where cheeses are made which are acknowledged by all the world to be excellent." The Parmesan, which this celebrated agriculturist cites as an example, only became the fashion in France on the return of Charles VIII. From his expedition to Naples. Much was thought at that time of a cheese brought from Turkey in bladders, and of different varieties produced in Holland and Zetland. A few of these foreign products were eaten in stews and in pastry, others were toasted and sprinkled with sugar and powdered cinnamon. Le Roman de Clary, a manuscript which belongs to the commencement of the 14th century, says that in a town which was taken by storm the following stores were found: main bon tonnel de vin, main bon bacon cochon, main fromage à rostir, many a tun of wine, many a slice of good bacon, plenty of good roasted cheese. Besides cheese and butter, the Normans, who had a great many cows in their rich pastures, made a sort of fermenting liquor from the buttermilk, which they called syrah, by boiling the milk with onions and garlic, and letting it cool in closed vessels. If the author of the Ménagier is to be believed, the women who sold milk by retail in the towns were well acquainted with the method of increasing its quantity at the expense of its quality. He describes how his fromentée, which consists of a sort of soup, is made, and states that when he sends his cook to make her purchases at the milk market, held in the neighbourhood of the Rue de la Savonnerie, des Écrivains, and de la Vieille Monnaie, he enjoins her particularly "to get very fresh cow's milk, and to tell the person who sells it not to do so if she has put water to it; for unless it be quite fresh, or if there be water in it, it will turn." Fish and shellfish. Fresh water fish, which was much more abundant in former days than now, was the ordinary food of those who lived on the borders of lakes, ponds, or rivers, or who, at all events, were not so far distant but that they could procure it fresh. There was, of course, much diversity at different periods and in different countries as regards the estimation in which the various kinds of fish were held. Thus Ozone, who was a native of Bordeaux, spoke highly of the delicacy of the perch, and asserted that shad, pike, and tench should be left to the lower orders; an opinion which was subsequently contradicted by the inhabitants of other parts of Gaul, and even by the countrymen of the Latin poet Gregory of Tours, who loudly praised the Geneva trout. But a time arrived when the higher classes preferred the freshwater fish of Orchy in Flanders, and even those of the Lyonnais. Thus we see in the 13th century the barbel of Saint Florentin held in great estimation, whereas 200 years later a man who was of no use or a nonentity was said to resemble a barbel, "which is neither good for roasting nor boiling." In a collection of vulgar proverbs of the 12th century, mention is made, amongst the fish most in demand, besides the barbel of Saint Florentin above referred to, of the eels of Maine, the pike of Chalons, the lampreys of Nantes, the trout of Andely, and the dace of Aise. The Ménagier adds several others to the above list, including blay, shad, roach, and gudgeon, but above all the carp, which was supposed to be a native of southern Europe, and which must have been naturalised at a much later period in the northern waters. The most ancient documents bear witness that the natives of the sea coasts of Europe, and particularly of the Mediterranean, fed on the same fish as at present. There were, however, a few other sea fish which were also used for food, but which have since been abandoned. Our ancestors were not difficult to please. They had good teeth, and their palates, having been accustomed to the flesh of the cormorant, heron, and crane, without difficulty appreciated the delicacy of the nauseous sea dog, the porpoise, and even the whale, which, when salted, furnished to a great extent all the markets of Europe. The trade in salted sea fish only began in Paris in the 12th century, when a company of merchants was instituted, or rather re-established, on the principle of the ancient association of Nantes. This association had existed from the period of the foundation under the Gauls of Lutetia, the city of fluvial commerce, and it is mentioned in the letters patent of Louis VII., 1170. One of the first cargoes which this company brought in its boats was that of salted herrings from the coast of Normandy. These herrings became a necessary food during Lent, and was the cry of the retailers in the streets of Paris, where this fish became a permanent article of consumption to an extent which can be appreciated from the fact that St. Louis gave annually nearly 70,000 herrings to the hospitals, plague houses, and monasteries. Sort et blanc à Rennes frais poudré, couvert de sel. Herrings smoked, fresh, and salted. The profit derived from the sale of herrings at that time was so great that it soon became a special trade. It was, in fact, the regular practice of the Middle Ages for persons engaged in any branch of industry to unite together and form themselves into a corporation. Other speculators conceived the idea of bringing fresh fish to Paris by means of relays of posting conveyances placed along the road, and they called themselves forains. Laws were made to distinguish the rights of each of these trades, and to prevent any quarrel in the competition. In these laws all sea fish were comprised under three names: the fresh, the salted, and the smoked, sort. Louis IX., in an edict, divides the dealers into two classes, namely the sellers of fresh fish and the sellers of salt or smoked fish. Besides salt and fresh herrings, an enormous amount of salted mackerel, which was almost as much used, was brought from the sea coast, in addition to flatfish, gurnets, skate, fresh and salted whiting, and codfish. In an old document of the 13th century, about 50 kinds of fish are enumerated which were retailed in the markets of the kingdom, and a century later the Ménagier gives receipts for cooking 40 kinds, amongst which appears, under the name of craspois, the salted flesh of the whale, which was also called le lard de carême. This coarse food, which was sent from the northern seas in enormous slices, was only eaten by the lower orders, for, according to a writer of the 16th century, "were it cooked even for 24 hours, it would still be very hard and indigestible." The The proverb of the 13th century, which mention the freshwater fish then in vogue, also names the sea fish most preferred, and whence they came, namely the shad from Bordeaux, the congers from La Rochelle, the sturgeon from Blaye, the fresh herrings from Fécamp, and the cuttle-fish from Coutances. At a later period the conger was not eaten, from its being supposed to produce the plague. The turbot, John Dory, skate, and sole, which were very dear, were reserved for the rich. The fishermen fed on the sea dragon. A great quantity of the small sea crayfish were brought into market, and in certain countries these were called santé, because the doctors recommended them to invalids or those in consumption. On the other hand, freshwater crayfish were not much esteemed in the 15th and 16th centuries, excepting for their eggs, which were prepared with spice. It is well known that pond frogs were a favourite food of the Gauls and Franks. They were never out of fashion in the rural districts, and were served at the best tables, dressed with green sauce. At the same period, and especially during Lent, snails, which were served in pyramid-shaped dishes, were much appreciated, so much so that nobles and bourgeois cultivated snail beds, somewhat resembling our oyster beds of the present day. The inhabitants of the coast at all periods ate various kinds of shellfish, which were called in Italy sea fruit, but it was only towards the 12th century that the idea was entertained of bringing oysters to Paris, and mussels were not known there until much later. It is notorious that Henry IV. Was a great oyster-eater. Sully relates that when he was created a duke, "the king came, without being expected, to take his seat at the reception banquet, but as there was much delay in going to dinner, he began by eating some huîtres de chasse, which he found very fresh." By huîtres de chasse were meant those oysters which were brought by the chasse-marée, carriers who brought the fresh fish from the coast to Paris at great speed. Section 12 of Manners, Customs and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Manners, Customs and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period by Paul Lacroix. Section 12. Beverages. Beer is not only one of the oldest fermenting beverages used by man, but it is also the one which was most in vogue in the Middle Ages. If we refer to the tales of the Greek historians, we find that the Gauls, who, like the Egyptians, attributed the discovery of this refreshing drink to their god Osiris, had two sorts of beer, one called zythus, made with honey and intended for the rich, the other called corma, in which there was no honey, and which was made for the poor. But Pliny asserts that beer in Gallie was called carevesia, and the grain employed for making it brasce. This testimony seems true, as from brasce or brasse comes the name brasseur, brewer, and from cerevisia, cervoise, the generic name by which beer was known for centuries, and which only lately fell into disuse. Domitian ordered all the vines in Gaul to be uprooted so as to make room for corn. This rigorous measure must have caused beer to become even more general, and although 2 centuries later Probus allowed vines to be replanted, the use of beverages made from grain became an established custom. But in time, whilst the people still only drank cervoise, those who were able to afford it bought wine and drank it alternately with beer. However, as by degrees the vineyards increased, in all places having a suitable soil and climate, the use of beer was almost entirely given up, so that in central Gaul wine became so common and cheap that all could drink it. In the northern provinces, where the vine would not grow, beer naturally continued to be the national beverage. In the time of Charlemagne, for instance, we find the emperor wisely ordered that persons knowing how to brew should be attached to each of his farms. Everywhere the monastic houses possessed breweries, but as early as the reign of Saint Louis there were only a very few breweries in Paris itself, and in spite of all the privileges granted to their corporation, even these were soon obliged to leave the capital, where there ceased to be any demand for the produce of their industry. They reappeared in 1428, probably in consequence of the political and commercial relations which had become established between Paris and the rich towns of the Flemish bourgeoisie, and then, either on account of the dearness of wine or the caprice of fashion, the consumption of beer again became so general in France that, according to the Journal d'un Bourgeois de Paris, it produced to the revenue 2/3 more than wine. It must be understood, however, that in times of scarcity, as in the years 1415 and 1482, brewing was temporarily stopped, and even forbidden altogether, on account of the quantity of grain which was thereby withdrawn from the food supply of the people. Under the Romans, the real cervoise, or beer, was made with barley; but at a later period all sorts of grain was indiscriminately used, and it was only towards the end of the 16th century that adding the flour or seed of hops to the oats or barley, which formed the basis of this beverage, was thought of. Estienne Boileau's Book of Trades, edited in the 13th century, shows us that, besides the cervoise, another sort of beer was known, which was called Godal. This name, we should imagine, was derived from the two German words God ale, which mean good beer, and was of a stronger description than the ordinary cervoise. This idea is proved by the Picards and the Flemish people calling it double beer. In any case, it is from the word godal that the familiar expression of godailler, to tipple, is derived. In fact, there is hardly any sort of mixture or ingredient which has not been used in the making of beer, according to the fashions of the different periods. When, on the return from the Crusades, the use of spice had become the fashion, beverages as well as the food were loaded with it. Allspice, juniper, resin, apples, breadcrumbs, sage, lavender, gentian, cinnamon, and laurel were each thrown into it. The English sugared it, and the Germans salted it, and at times they even went so far as to put darnel into it, at the risk of rendering the mixture poisonous. The object of these various mixtures was naturally to obtain high flavoured beers, which became so much in fashion that to describe the want of merit of persons, or the lack of value in anything, no simile was more common than to compare them to small beer. Nevertheless, more delicate and less blunted palates were to be found which could appreciate beer sweetened simply with honey, or scented with ambergris or raspberries. It is possible, however, that these compositions refer to mixtures in which beer, the produce of fermented grain, was confounded with hydromel or fermented honey. Both these primitive drinks claim an origin equally remote, which is buried in the most distant periods of history, and they have been used in all parts of the world, being mentioned in the oldest historical records, in the Bible, the Edda, and in the sacred books of India. In the 13th century, hydromel, which then bore the name of borgerafre, borgerast, or bochet, was composed of 1 part of honey to 12 parts of water, scented with herbs, and allowed to ferment for a month or 6 weeks. This beverage, which in the customs and statutes of the order of Cluny is termed potus dulcissimus, the sweetest beverage, and which must have been both agreeable in taste and smell, was specially appreciated by the monks, who feasted on it on the great anniversaries of the Church. Besides this, an inferior quality of bochet was made for the consumption of the lower orders and peasants, out of the honeycomb after the honey had been drained away, or with the scum which rose during the fermentation of the better qualities. Cider, in Latin sicera, and perry can also both claim a very ancient origin, since they are mentioned by Pliny. It does not appear, however, that the Gauls were acquainted with them. The first historical mention of them is made with reference to a repast which Thierry II., King of Burgundy and Orleans, 596 to 613, son of Childebert and grandson of Queen Bruno, gave to Saint Colomban, in which both cider and wine were used. In the 13th century, a Latin poet, Guillaume le Breton, says that the inhabitants of the Auge and of Normandy made cider their daily drink, but it is not likely that this beverage was sent away from the localities where it was made; for, besides the fact that the Ménagier only very curtly mentions a drink made of apples, we know that in the 15th century the Parisians were satisfied with pouring water on apples and steeping them, so as to extract a sort of half sour, half sweet drink called des ponces. Besides this, Paulmier de Grandmesnil, a Norman by birth, a famous doctor, and the author of a Latin treatise on wine and cider, 1588, asserts that half a century before, cider was very scarce at Rouen, and that in all the districts of Caux the people only drank beer. Du Perron adds that the Normans brought cider from Biscay when their crops of apples failed. By whom and at what period the vine was naturalised in Gaul has been a long disputed question, which, in spite of the most careful research, remains unsolved. The most plausible opinion is that which attributes the honour of having imported the vine to the Phoenician colony who founded Marseilles. Pliny makes mention of several wines of the Gauls as being highly esteemed. He nevertheless reproaches the vine growers of Marseilles, Beziers, and Narbonne with doctoring their wines, and with infusing various drugs into them, which rendered them disagreeable and even unwholesome. Dioscorides, however, approved of the custom in use among the Allobroges of mixing resin with their wines to preserve them and prevent them from turning sour, as the temperature of their country was not warm enough thoroughly to ripen the grape. Rooted up by order of Domitian in 92, as stated above, the vine only reappeared in Gaul under Protus, who revoked in 282 the imperial edict of his predecessor, after which period the Gallic wines soon recovered their ancient celebrity. Under the dominion of the Franks, who held wine in great favour, vineyard property was one of those which the barbaric laws protected with the greatest care. We find in the code of the Salians, and in that of the Visigoths, very severe penalties for uprooting a vine or stealing a bunch of grapes. The cultivation of the vine became general, and kings themselves planted them even in the gardens of their city palaces. In 1160 there was still in Paris, near the Louvre, a vineyard of such an extent that Louis VII. Could annually present 6 hogsheads of wine made from it to the rector of St. Nicholas. Philip Augustus possessed about 20 vineyards of excellent quality in various parts of his kingdom. The culture of the vine having thus developed, the wine trade acquired an enormous importance in France. Gascony, Aunis, and Saintonge sent their wines to Flanders. Guyenne sent hers to England. Froissart writes that in 1372 a merchant fleet of quite 200 sail came from London to Bordeaux for wine. This flourishing trade received a severe blow in the 16th century, for an awful famine having invaded France in 1566, Charles IX. Did not hesitate to repeat the acts of Domitian, and to order all the vines to be uprooted and their place to be sown with corn. Fortunately, Henry III. Soon after modified this edict by simply recommending the governors of the provinces to see that the ploughs were not being neglected in their districts on account of the excessive cultivation of the vine." Although the trade of a wine merchant is one of the oldest established in Paris, it does not follow that the retail sale of wine was exclusively carried on by special tradesmen. On the contrary, for a long time the owner of the vineyard retailed the wine which he had not been able to sell in the cask. A broom, a laurel wreath, or some other sign of the sort hung over a door, denoted that any one passing could purchase or drink wine within. When the wine growers did not have the quality and price of their wine announced in the village or town by the public crier, they placed a man before the door of their cellar, who enticed the public to enter and taste the new wines. Other proprietors, instead of selling for people to take away in their own vessels, established a tavern in some room of their house, where they retailed drink. The monks, who made wine extensively, also opened these taverns in the monasteries, as they only consumed part of their wine themselves, and this system was universally adopted by wine growers, and even by the king and the nobles. The latter, however, had this advantage, that whilst they were retailing their wines, no one in the district was allowed to enter into competition with them. This prescriptive right, which was called droit de bon vin, was still in force in the 17th century. St. Louis granted special statutes to the wine merchants in 1264, but it was only 3 centuries later that they formed a society, which was divided into 4 classes, namely, hotel keepers, public house keepers, tavern proprietors, and dealers in wine à pot, that is, sold to people to take away with them. Hotel keepers, also called aubergistes, accommodated travellers, and also put up horses and carriages. The dealers à pot sold wine which could not be drunk on their premises. There was generally a sort of window in their door, through which the empty pot was passed, to be returned filled. Hence the expression, still in use in the 18th century, vente à huis coupés, sale through a cut door. Public housekeepers supplied drink as well as nappe et assiette, tablecloth and plate, which meant that refreshments were also served. And lastly, the tavernier sold wine to be drunk on the premises, but without the right of supplying bread or meat to their customers. The wines of France in most request from the 9th to the 13th centuries were those of Mâcon, Cahors, Reims, Choisy, Montargis, Marne, Meulan, and Orléanais. Amongst the latter there was one which was much appreciated by Henry I, and of which he kept a store to stimulate his courage when he joined his army. The little fable of the Battle of Wines, composed in the 13th century by Henri d'Andely, mentions a number of wines which have to this day maintained their reputation. For instance, the Beaune in Burgundy, the Saint-Emilion in Gruyenne, the Chablis, Épernay, Cézanne in Champagne, etc. But he places above all, with good reason, according to the taste of those days, the Saint-Pourçain of Auvergne, which was then most expensive and in great request. Another French poet, in describing the luxurious habits of a young man of fashion, says that he drank nothing but Saint-Pourçain; and in a poem composed by Jean Brouillan, secretary of the Châtelet of Paris in 1332, we find Du Saint-Pourçain que l'on met en son Saint-Pourçain. Saint-Pourçain wine, which you imbibe for the good of your health. Towards 1400, the vineyards of Ailly became celebrated for Champagne as those of Beaune were for Burgundy, and it is then that we find, according to the testimony of the learned Pommier de Grandmesnil, kings and queens making champagne their favourite beverage. Tradition has it that Francis I., Charles Quint, Henry VIII., and Pope Leon X. all possessed vineyards in Champagne at the same time. Burgundy, that pure and pleasant wine, was not despised, and it was in its honour that Erasmus said, "Happy province! She may well call herself the mother of men, since she produces such milk." Nevertheless, the above-mentioned physician, Paumier, preferred to Burgundy, "if not perhaps for their flavour, yet for their wholesomeness, the vines of the Ile de France or vin français," which agree, he says, with scholars, invalids, the bourgeois, and all other persons who do not devote themselves to manual labour; for they do not parch the blood, like the wines of Gascony, nor fly to the head, like those of Orleans and Château Thierry, nor do they cause obstructions like those of Bordeaux. This is also the opinion of Bacchius, who in his Latin treatise on the natural history of wines, 1596, asserts that the wines of Paris "are in no way inferior to those of any other district of the kingdom." These thin and sour wines, so much esteemed in the first periods of monarchy and so long abandoned, first lost favour in the reign of Francis I., who preferred the strong and stimulating productions of the south. Notwithstanding the great number of excellent wines made in their own country, the French imported from other lands. In the 13th century, in the Battle of Wines, we find those of Aguila, Spain, and above all those of Cyprus, spoken of in high terms. A century later, Eustache Deschamps praised the Rhine wines, and those of Greece, Malmsey, and Grenache. In an edict of Charles VI. Mention is also made of the muscatel, rosette, and the wine of Lieppe. Generally, the Malmsey which was drunk in France was an artificial preparation which had neither the colour nor taste of the Cyprian wine. Olivier de Serres tells us that in his time it was made with water, honey, clary juice, beer grounds, and brandy. At first the same name was used for the natural wine, mulled and spiced, which was produced in the island of Madeira from the grapes which the Portuguese brought there from Cyprus in 1420. The reputation which this wine acquired in Europe induced Francis I. to import some vines from Greece, and he planted 50 acres with them near Fontainebleau. It was at first considered that this plant was succeeding so well that there were hopes, says Olivier de Serres, that France would soon be able to furnish her own Malmsey and Greek wines, instead of having to import them from abroad. It is evident, however, that they soon gave up this delusion, and that for want of the genuine wine they returned to artificial beverages, such as vin cuit, or cooked wine, which had at all times been cleverly prepared by boiling down new wine and adding various aromatic herbs to it. Many wines were made under the name of herbés, which were merely infusions of wormwood, myrtle, hyssop, rosemary, etc., mixed with sweetened wine and flavoured with honey. The most celebrated of these beverages bore the pretentious name of nectar. Those composed of spices, Asiatic aromatics, and honey were generally called white wine, a name indiscriminately applied to liquors having for their bases some slightly coloured wine, as well as to the hypocras, which was often composed of a mixture of foreign liqueurs. This hypocras plays a prominent part in the romances of chivalry, and was considered a drink of honour, being always offered to kings, princes, and nobles on their solemn entry into a town. The name of wine was also given to drinks composed of the juices of certain fruits, and in which grapes were in no way used. These were the cherry, the currant, the raspberry, and the pomegranate wines; also the moré, made with the mulberry, which was so extolled by the poets of the 13th century. We must also mention the sour wines, which were made by pouring water on the refuse grapes after the wine had been extracted; also the drinks made from filberts, milk of almonds, the syrups of apricots and strawberries, and cherry and raspberry waters, all of which were refreshing and were principally used in summer; and lastly, tisane, sold by the confectioners of Paris, and made hot or cold with prepared barley, dried grapes, plums, dates, gum, or licorice. This tisane may be considered as the origin of that drink which is now sold to the poor at a sou a glass, and which most assuredly has not much improved since olden times. It was about the 13th century that brandy first became known in France, but it does not appear that it was recognised as a liqueur before the 16th. The celebrated physician Arnaud de Villeneuve, who wrote at the end of the 13th century, to whom credit has wrongly been given for inventing brandy, employed it as one of his remedies, and thus expresses himself about it: "Who would have believed that we could have derived from wine a liquor which neither resembles it in nature, colour, or effect? This eau de vin is called by some eau de vie, and justly so, since it prolongs life. It prolongs health, dissipates superfluous matters, revives the spirits, and preserves youth. Alone, or added to some other proper remedy, it cures colic, dropsy, paralysis, ague, gravel, etc." At a period when so many doctors, alchemists, and other learned men made it their principal occupation to try to discover that marvellous golden fluid which was to free the human race of all its original infirmities, the discovery of such an elixir could not fail to attract the attention of all such manufacturers of panaceas. It was, therefore, under the name of eau d'or (aqua auri) that brandy first became known to the world, a name improperly given to it, implying as it did that it was of mineral origin, whereas its beautiful golden colour was caused by the addition of spices. At a later period, when it lost its repute as a medicine, they actually sprinkled it with pure gold leaves, and at the same time that it ceased to be exclusively considered as a remedy, it became a favourite beverage. It was also employed in distilleries, especially as the basis of various strengthening and exciting liqueurs, most of which have descended to us, some coming from monasteries and others from châteaux, where they had been manufactured. Section 13.